Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer. Where's tonight's Monday? Monday. It's Monday, right? Monday stream. I hope you guys are doing okay tonight. Hope you guys are doing all fine and dandy. I just realized I forgot to start the Rumble stream. Whoopsies. There's gonna be no Rumble Bros at the moment, but my apologies, Rumble Bros. I literally, because I'm using the Rumble Studio backend, and like I uses OBS like the same screen that everyone says, but I actually have to hit a different start stream button on the actual backend, and I completely forgot to hit that button. So Rumble Bros, my apologies. There we go. I mean, I was already late and gay today, but like apparently extra late and gay for the Rumble Bros. Oh no, 2 buttons. I know my female P brain cannot comprehend more than just one button. I'm sorry, Rumble Bros. I'm sorry. Though for some reason they're handing me money anyways. Followed you the second. Thank you for the $5 reduce right off the bat. After I forgot about you guys. Hi, I'm all sorry I haven't been around much. Hope the other lads have been treating you well. Well, they have been. No worries, no worries. There are more important things than a retarded woman on the internet. So no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're all good in the hall. I hope good. Don't worry about it. I don't know what I was trying to say there. But thank you for the $5 reduce. I hope things are going well. Most taxing work a woman can handle. True and real. True and real. 20 seconds of that stream stuff. That's impossible. I've given up. Just like, I've just fully expected at this point there's always going to be some sort of problem. It could be something minor, like, you know, just, I don't know, chat's not... Actually, what is a minor problem? Because chat not showing the screen is actually important, at least to me, right? And then like obviously hitting the start stream button for Rumble Bros so they can actually watch the stream is pretty important too. But it's like very like simple stuff like that where just like a press of the button, and I still can't manage that. Oh, but it's okay. I'm trying, right? It's the thought that counts. I'm doing my best, please. Oh, there. Wait, another one? Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, but yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. We'll get into that in a second, though. Today's stream is gonna be all over the place. Well, I shouldn't say all over the place, but it's gonna be all over the place. It's just like small random stuff I've picked up because there's nothing like breaking news, major happening here. Cause okay, so we got a bunch of random stuff. We got some React slop we're gonna be doing. We got some various other things. It's a nice just chatting React slop, a typical VTuber stream, but with the spicy side. You know, so if you like your spice like I do, then you're down for it. Then we're all good. Then we're all good here. Well, supposedly the Iran war is restarting. Hasn't it been going on continuously? Like, I know the Iran war has been kind of out of the news the past couple weeks because of the last Trump assassination attempt, and then various other things. But like the Iran war has still been going on. It's just nobody's really talking about it because other people have gotten fatigued, right? We got the Iran war fatigue going on, and so various other things have been discussed instead. But they're still doing it as far as I'm aware. Hashtag it's happening and still nothing ever happens. Yes, it's just everything's happening and so therefore nothing's happening at the same time. And nothing's happening, therefore everything's happening at the same time. It's just how that works. It's just how life works. This is my first time watching you live. I shall deeming your showing. Do not redeem. So, do not redeem, Beowulf sweet sauce sissy. Do not redeem, okay? We are all good and wholesome here. Sir, please, I beg you. You know what we call an armed conflict in the Middle East? Tuesday. Yeah. Everyone's kind of, just kind of done with it. It's just like, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna be there for another, 5 more years, I guess. Who knows? Who knows? Hmm. I heard Trump did a nut to avoid requiring congressional approval for the word. I have not heard anything about that. But then again, I have been kind of living underneath a rock the past couple days. Like, yeah. Yeah. I've not been paying attention to much in the news the past this week in here. Deem is not the same word. I know. I know what deem means. However, it's funnier if I make you Indian. Because Indians are funny to point and laugh at until they come in and ruin your country like locusts. It's not great. It's not great. So, you know, you gotta laugh about the sorrow. There. Hey folks, won't be here too long but want to check in. It's too late to watch from Europe. Well, it's okay. It's okay. I follow European bros, but it's okay. I appreciate you stopping by though. Deem is like redeem, but the first time. Oh, lordy. Oh, do I have to explain what a word means because I made a funny joke, and that's what's the meaning of it. What do I have to do with that this early in stream? I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to bother. He doesn't need approval because of special military operation. Oh yes, how could I forget? How could I forget? Laughs and night all speaks for yourself, nerd. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Hello, friends. Hello, welcome in. Yes, what is redeem? Redeem is what the Indians do and not want you to do. It depends on the mood and what they're going for. If you have the Apple gift card, the Google Play gift card, then you should redeem it. But only if you're an elderly lady. If you're a funny guy on the internet that's purposely trapping them to scan, but I forget his actual name, then you do not redeem for that. But if you're an elderly lady, then please do redeem. For these Apple gift cards. Explain what words are, please. I can't do that. I can't even comprehend the English language. What do you expect from me, okay? Do you want words coming out of my mouth? You want meanings and explanations for how the world works? You shouldn't go to a woman for that. You're not gonna get it here. You're not gonna give him here. So, but since it is, let's see. Since we have a bunch of things we could talk about today. I probably will not do the bunch of floor play because it's like I said, it's all over the place, today. So I will start with the ambulance chasing, literally right before stream started. So we don't really have much in the way of information at the moment. So keep this in mind. We got limited information on hand, but it's probably the typical subjects because that's just how, life works, right? There was an armed man who opened a fire in the vicinity of J.D. Vance's motorcade near the White House. The man opened fire on the Secret Service. The USSS returned fire, taking the shooter down. No law enforcement were injured. There. And so yeah, this happened like an hour ago. Actually, 2 hours ago. Still right before stream. There. But this, another day that ends in a Y. Just somebody trying to shoot the president and the vice president. Something along those lines. Just another day. Another day. Shooter skin color? Oh, we don't know that yet. At least I don't know that. Like I said, it just happened, right? This is ambulance chasing. So we'll probably get more information in the next couple days. But then again, it's not. Okay. So here's the problem. All right, here is the problem. So you know how I talked about how we got Iran war fatigue, right? People got tired of talking about it. There's no new crazy developments over there because it's just like, oh, the strait's open, oh, the strait's closed, oh, the strait's open, oh, the strait's closed. That kind of deal, right? So like people are already tired of talking about it. In this case, we're kind of getting the same situation with Trump and assassinations. Because this case, it's not really like a close one. And so we might find out some more details in a couple days. Or, maybe you have to do the digging yourself. I know, heaven forbid, doing actual research to try to find out this kind of stuff. Because it was in the White House vicinity. Like, it's near the White House. It was, at the vicinity of J.D. Vance's motorcade. but it's not like the guy who rushed in during the correspondence dinner like a week ago and got really close in that case. This is kind of like, it could be a random shooting. Doesn't even have to be an assassination attempt, though. Based off the current information, it looks like it's maybe a half-assed attempt, right? Like it's not. It's just like, it's another day that ends in Y. Oh, somebody tries to attack the president again. Wow, this keeps on happening. Oh, it's not actually like a close call like it was a week ago. Okay, who cares? Skin color Democratic. Yeah, more than likely it's a leftist. I'm placing bets now. It's probably some sort of leftist. I mean, or it could be, I highly doubt it's a gang-related thing, because it's too close to the nice area of DC, because it is by the White House, and the fact that Trump does have the National Guard within DC to clean up the crime there, and so DC has had the lowest crime in the past few months, and it has in years. And that requires going after certain demographics by doing so. So I'm guessing more leftist. My bet's leaning towards more of a leftist here for what has happened. Apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime. I guess it depends on the context, in my personal opinion. But in this case, yeah, apathy is a tragedy, because we were getting so used to leftist violence, and like I said, it probably is a leftist, right? And if it's not a leftist, then I guess I'll eat crow, because whoopsies, I jumped the gun. That situation, right? But like, going based off statistics, averages, pattern recognition, that kind of deal, I feel like it's kind of a safe bet to leftist, and we've gotten so used to that happening that, like, it doesn't really affect us anymore. It's like, oh, okay, whatever, right? Like, no, like, well, actually somebody did get shot. Nobody's died, but somebody actually did get shot. A Secret Service confirmed a juvenile bystander was hit after armed suspect opened fire near the White House. The suspect was shot by Secret Service officers and is currently hospitalized, while the juvenile is receiving treatment for non-life-threatening injuries. So the person's not dead, but the person was shot in the process of this happening. So it is actually kind of like a little bit more serious. It's actually more, like, arguably more serious than the assassination attempt at the correspondence dinner, because at the correspondence dinner, no one died other than, like, not even the shooter got really shot. He got detained, right? In this case, some random bystander, right? A young child. Well, I shouldn't say young child, because juvenile just means usually like teen, around that age. But still, right? An innocent got hit. Thankfully didn't die. Over this? This is the juvenile bystander thing, which makes me think there might be some sort of gang, chocolatier activity, because juvenile bystander does kind of sound like the language they would use for when it's dark on dark crime. But once again, we don't really know. This is all just happened right before stream. We're still getting information. And once again, it's still a nicer area. I'm guessing it's probably something leftist, but that's because of the recent trends. Here. Thank you, Sloss and Typeganger, for the 500 whoop tokens. Thank you. Have to admire the left for the courage of their convictions and taking up arms, while we on the right sit and take it. Also, hashtag revolt UK. For legal reasons, the UK should peacefully and patriotically vote their way out of the situation and not go into a revolt. We'll see what happens after 2029. But I mean, yeah, it's only one side. It's only one side doing the violence. Not the other side. If the other side starts doing it, then we're probably gonna get to a civil war. But the people who hate and disagree with him the most are the most likely. That's generally not the right wing. Yeah, that's right. I've been having serious problems with Trump for the past, let's say, 8 to 6 months. Actually, we're in May now. It's getting closer to a year. I need to update my timeline. Okay, hold on. Has it really been almost a year since I've been starting having problems with Trump? Damn. I didn't think it's been that long. Anyway, time is just a concept, but it still hasn't been like that long in the grand scheme of things since I've been supporting Trump and having the stuff here. So it's, but I I'm still not gonna be like, oh, let's go rise up against him, let's go shoot him or anything like that. Here. And he's still doing something. It's still better. It's better than nothing. It's better than making. It's a million times better than Kamala making things worse. Ugh. There. Yeah, he's not doing enough. Maybe he actually can't, but then nobody can. Well, there are ways to make it happen, but that's not through legal measures, and so therefore he is on the struggle bus right now. Here. Wish us luck on May the 7th, UK local elections. Well, that's in like 3 days. That's in 3 days. Okay, so good luck. Good luck. There. I wish you the best. Hopefully, Restore Britain can get some seats. That would be very beneficial there. But let me actually play it. And I have to unmute. That might be beneficial.
Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our plainclothes officers and agents that consistently patrol the outer perimeter of the White House complex identified a suspicious individual that appeared to have a firearm. They called in support from our marked uniformed Secret Service police to make contact with that individual. Upon making contact, that individual fled briefly on foot, withdrew a firearm, and fired in the direction of our agents and officers. They returned fire and engaged. That individual was hit. He's since been transported to the hospital. I have no comments on his condition. I can tell you.
Turned up. Wait, it's quiet. Yes, my left ear. Yeah, I'm not sure. Listen, it's a Twitter clip from Twitter, okay? Like, it's not my fault for audio balancing. I will suck Elon's dick in order to get good audio balancing on Twitter, but that will never be the day because I have no access to Elon's dick, and so we're never gonna get good audio balancing from Twitter. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate here. Let me restart it and turn it up a little bit. There we go.
Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our plainclothes officers and agents that consistently patrol the outer perimeter of the White House complex identified a suspicious individual that appeared to have a firearm. They called in support from our marked uniformed Secret Service police to make contact with that individual. Upon making contact, that individual fled briefly on foot, withdrew a firearm, and fired in the direction of our agents and officers. They returned fire and engaged.
I'm curious what the definition of suspicious individual, because obviously it checked out, right? It obviously checked out as to who the sussy-wussy person was. But like, what skin color were they? What were they wearing? You know, did they deserve to be groped like that? Like, I'm kind of curious. Because that's the problem with ambulance chasing is that we don't have enough details at the moment. But the fact that they're able to target the guy and then he actually did have a gun, that's, I don't know. I like that kind of stuff. I know it's literally part of their job, but I want to know more details as to who this person is and what they were doing.
That individual was hit. He's since been transported to the hospital. I have no comments on his condition. I can tell you that at least one, we believe only one bystander was hit by the suspect. That individual, it's a juvenile, did not sustain any life-threatening injuries, but he's also receiving treatment at the hospital. Approximately 3:30.
Yes, chat. This happened. This happened literally like 2 hours ago. It's not week-old news. Literally, it happened 2 hours ago. Yeah, like it's like we don't have much information at the moment because it's brand new. But like it was 2 hours ago. Another day that ends in Y. Try installing a volume adjuster plugin. It's what Asmongold uses to fix busted audio. Trium, if you're here, can you find me something to use for that? Cause I don't know what to do. I listen. I just press buttons. I don't know what the buttons do. I just been told to press the buttons. So if you can give me a button to press to fix the audio, then I will happily take it. But I don't know what it is. So that would be very beneficial. So I don't have to suck Elon's dick. Well, lefty or a Muslim? Probably. I mean, or black. or black, right? It could be gang related because Washington D.C. is an infested shithole. Well, at least it used to be until the National Guard came in, and so that's why I think it's the least likely one. But this whole juvenile bystander got hit, suspicious individual. It's still likely. It's still like it's likely there. Apparently, Fetterman might become a Republican. Oh, that's not gonna really happen. I mean, it might, but he's still a leftist at the end of the day. So anyway, um. I imagine the White House is a mega bulletproof, so it's a really stupid way to get an attempt assassination. Well, we don't know if it even is an assassination attempt. I mean, once again, it's more than likely it, because it was open fire in vicinity of J.D. Vance's motorcade. I didn't play this clip now, did I? I didn't play the clip. I just kind of talked over it. My apologies. So like, then again, it's vicinity of J.D. Vance's motorcade, so like, do they know it's actually J.D. Vance's car that he gets into, or was it just lucky? Well, like we don't really know. We just know that they found a suspicious individual. They chased after him. He shot somebody. An innocent got caught in the crossfire, and then this person has been shot in return. That kind of deal. So once again, we don't really know what the details are. It could really be. It could be an assassination attempt, and it wasn't able to be actually taken care of, or not taken. It wasn't able to be properly attempted because they caught him in time because they noticed he was being sussy-wussy. Or it could be gang related, which would happen. Or those are probably only two possibilities at the moment. It probably, honestly, if it's going to be near the White House, it's probably one of the two possibilities there. At the same time, it could have also been an animal with a gat in his pants that the SS ID'd. Yes, right? Like, personally, it's all be one or the other. Like, I'm kind of leaning towards closer to the info. Just because, like, this is such a shoddy assassination attempt. But then again, it could be somebody who was trying to, like, replicate, trying to, like, a sort of kind of a copycat. Well, not exactly a copycat, because they weren't doing the exact same thing with the correspondence dinner, but it could be somebody who was frustrated that the other Cole Allen wasn't successful, and so therefore wants to carry it out, but he botched it so badly. It's really probably 50-50. We have liberal white women calling for the death of the president, like they were going. They think they're in bad Tom Clancy adaptation, but yeah, probably not related. Well, it's not gonna be white women doing this, but it's going to be the left in general, which is full of white women and brown men, and then the cucked white men. Still, yeah, it's another assassination attempt. Let's be real. It's probably once again. Like, I'm going like 60-40, 50-50, somewhere in that case. Because, once again, DC did have a serious amount of black crime happening until the National Guard got put in. And even though they've been taking care of it, it's not like it's been stamped out completely. But it's a little bit too close to the White House, so it's hard to tell with the very limited information that we have at the moment. Which is just that there was a shooting near the White House. It's close to J.D. Vance's motorcade. And someone got hurt in the process. A juvenile bystander got shot in the process. We don't have much any information beyond that at the moment. Which is not a lot to go off of. Thank you, Philip Fenoof. I said your last name 3 times the exact same way, as if I was going to be saying them differently. Jesus. Is this new? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 2 hours ago, and thank you for the 1,000 warp tokens. 1,000 warp tokens. Hell yeah. Thank you. But yeah, it's literally two hours ago. So, I figured, a little bit, a nice way to start the stream, right? Oh, another person probably tries to attempt to shoot Trump. Probably. Yeah. I thought Trump wasn't getting anywhere, but apparently there's a lot of elected officials getting arrested and even convicted for acting on behalf of foreign governments. I wish he would have had enough undoing the perp walk him. Oh, has he now? Interesting. Because if more elected officials are getting arrested, that okay. So let me put that in stream suggestions, like the source, right? Source, please, source. Or at least an article or something along those lines. To find out, because I haven't heard anything about it. But then again, once again, I have been underneath a rock the past couple days, and even kind of beyond the past couple days, because probably since last Wednesday, really. I haven't really been keeping tabs with everything because of all the IRL problems well, I should say all the IRL problems. It's like, oh, I'm dying. Everyone's around me dying. Oh, life sucks. No, I just been having some IRL stuff happening, so I haven't really been, like, plugged into the news for, well, little less than a week here, so, I heard from a friend whom used to work for Secret Service that he said cases whom people's threat POTUS online are so many they can't handle it all. Before it was only a few hundred a month, now 1,000. That makes sense. Because, like, you go on Blue Sky, and, like, almost everyone there is wishing death for Trump. Or to somebody, mostly Trump, right? But, like, after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, they're going after, like, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, which those are all people from the Daily Wire, but they still have, like, massive platforms. Tucker Carlson and various other people, like, wishing for their death and assassination. It's a million of them, like a million of them. Nice try, Maul. Nobody can say it right. I'm sorry. I am retarded, and English is my second language. Don't ask me what my first one is. I don't actually know. Also, did I miss? No, I did not miss. Okay, never mind. I thought but I actually know what I did miss something. Xenodemon, thank you for celebrating your subby puppy for 4 months in a row. Thank you. I'm glad that you decided that I will be your mother in 5 more months. Thank you. Also, the left, we cannot let evil win. Yes, as they advocate for mass murder and assassinations and a whole bunch and just constant fucking problems. It's tiring. It's tiring. Like the fact that like half of chat was just like, is this new? Like, or thinks like it's week old news. It's like, no, this literally just happened. Like, because it's so common that people are just like, wait, what? Again? You're talking about last week's news. No, literally 2 hours ago. Can't make this shit up. There. But speaking of, because once again, this is all the news that we have, at least at the moment, for this. But going to weeks old news, actually, within the same line, we got an update on Cole Allen, the attempted assassination attempt from last week. Once again, last week. This was today. This was last week. The judge apologizes to court to the White House correspondent dinner shooting suspect Cole Allen. Magistrate Judge Zia Farouqui. Now that's an American name, if any. Oh, that's a John Johnson right there. Said that he was fascinated and disturbed by Allen's treatment in jail. Allen was placed on suicide watch when he was first in prison. Prosecutors argue that since Allen told investigators that he did not expect to survive the alleged attack, he could not be a danger to himself. Because that's how that works. The fact that he didn't expect to survive doesn't mean he's not going to try to kill himself again. Like, yeah, because he could actually be a danger to himself. Like, he was fully willing to go the complete mile, like, and then some to actually, complete his goal. He expected to be shot down, and frankly, he should have been. They released a better quality footage of the assassination attempt, and everyone there basically fucking failed at their jobs. It was abysmal and hilarious at the same time. Only because once again, nobody was really hurt, and they were able to catch the guy. But if it was successful, or somebody did get shot, it would have been a complete tragedy how they fucked up. Like, he could actually be a danger to himself. He was fully committed to this. But an incredulous, Farouki, wasn't convinced by the argument, drawing comparisons between Allen and defendants arrested for rioting at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Hey, chat. Hey, chat, did you know that an event that happened 5 years ago at this point, now, with people who were peacefully protesting, and then got the complete book thrown at them, and the iron rule of the law for simply protesting there. Ah, yes, that is the same thing as somebody trying to attempt the assassination of the president. Cool. Glad we're on the same page. Glad we're on the same page. Okay, then. To me, it's extremely disturbing that he was put in 5-point restraints. A person with no criminal history, minus the fact he tried to assassinate the president, had a whole manifesto, complete Reddit mod, everything else like that. But yes, no criminal history. How dare he be put in 5-point restraints? It's troubling. I've never heard of one January 6th defendant who was put in 5-point restraints or in a safe cell. Maybe because they were protesting. And they were allowed to walk into the White House. Like, if I'm sorry, not to bring up 5-year-old news at this point, but if you actually watch the footage from the White House, they literally had the little red velvet like line dividing line thingy, and how people walk in single file through the White House like it was a fucking tour. And then yes, some people sat at Nancy Pelosi's desk and moved some papers around. Yeah, that QAnon guy with the horns and stuff picked up the pedestal. Okay. Yeah, there was some problems there. And yes, the smashing windows, that was by a Fed. And trying to incite people, and people were like, dude, what are you to stop this? You're acting like a Fed. Because it was the Fed there. They've admitted, like, it was like 250 agents were infiltrated that thing, too. Anyways. But yes, that is the same thing as an attempted assassination. So therefore, the guy who tried to, once again, assassinate the President of the United States, he shouldn't be put in 5-point restraints. At all. If the only way to keep him safe is the most punitive thing, that's a problem. At minimum, I should be apologizing to him. We're obligated to make sure he is taken care of. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry that things may have not been the way they're supposed to. Keep in mind, this is the judge, right? That's supposed to be on his, like, you know, determining if he's guilty or not. And he's wanting to apologize and say you're supposed to be taken care of? Dude, he tried to assassinate the president. He came in literally running, like Sonic. Gotta go fucking fast through the room. And he had a whole Reddit manifesto and everything. I get it's the judges to actually determine if they're guilty or not for the court of law. But welcome to the modern age. Thanks to the internet, we have video proof. We have his own posts. Now, obviously, the FBI has been caught for planting evidence before. And, you know, there are people saying that it's staged and fake and gay. But it doesn't really exactly matter in this case, because why is the judge apologizing for him being put on suicide alert here, suicide watch, when he tried to assassinate the president? But Amal, he only tried to kill the president. Stop being such a fat fucking shut. I'm sorry, it's in my blood. But yes, he is brown. He is Pakistani. If you couldn't tell by the Star Wars name, Zia Farouki. Whatsoever. He is a brownoid. The judge who won't bend the knee. Pakistani American Zia M. Farouki's lonely stand against Trump Justice Department. Now I found this little article here, and it's written by a bunch of brown leftists. Literally, the whole thing was targeted towards Indians and South Asians, as what it was for. And so it's just glazing him completely. I was skim reading it, and so it's just like, whatever. They're trying to be like, oh, look how tough he is. You know, he's a Pakistani American. Say, fuck the Trump, because that's so brave. Oh, wholesome and brave of him to be like, yes. And then the man trying to deport a bunch of foreign invaders who are looting and pillaging the country. Yeah. Like, let's get that judge into more power here. Oh, he's apologizing to the assassin. Okay. Uh, the judge apologized. What the hell is happening? Browns have infiltrated every every piece of our system here. See, this is why legal immigration's more dangerous than illegal, because this guy is legally here. He's a fucking federal judge. Well, he's a magistrate. Sorry, magistrate. Anyway, this case, but he is still within federal court that this Cole Allen's going to, because once again he tried to assassinate the president. Sorry for repeating myself so much, but seeing that this judge is having a hard time comprehending someone assassinating the president of the United States, a leader of the free world, the world hegemon here, feels like it bears need to be repeating. But seeing that this Pakistani American can be on such a high level and then advocate and rule against actual Americans and what's necessary for the country. This is not how a functioning country works. Like, not to say a classic phrase here, but the founding fathers would be rolling in their graves if they found out about this. This is insane. No actual country ever in the entirety of human history would allow a foreigner to sit there and make these horrendous rulings against the people themselves for their own benefit. He would be deported to the bare minimum. Once again, bare minimum, if not worse things happening to him. And now he gets to sit here and apologize to the guy for trying to assassinate Trump. This happens, literally, this was at 3:30 p.m. today that the Fox News put out this tweet, okay? And then 2 hours later, at 5:30 p.m., there was another person trying to shoot someone at the White House. Once again, we don't know much detail about this that happened. So once again, we don't know if it's actually an assassination attempt or is it NWA behavior. But it's likely an assassination. It's like 50-50. So we had the judge apologizing and then the NWA or assassination attempt behavior the same fucking day. Like, this is not how a country works whatsoever. They would use a lot more force and military might against these people, but no. Welcome to America. Welcome to liberalism. Welcome to 2026. This is how we just run our country now. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Slox and Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Trump has access to elite forces that can disappear people. For God's sake, use them. Also deport all SARS. Operation Flush the Toilet. Yeah. Like, the FBI has actively worked against Trump since 2016. Same with the CIA. And the whole point this time around is that he was supposed to get fucking the Indian, you'll be welcome to Valhalla, Tsar, Kash Patel to go in and try to clean house. And for all intents and purposes, it seems like they have done it for the most part. Like, obviously the SPLC thing is a great case. Where it's actually being utilized for good. So it's not, once again, not complete waste, right? Trump's not completely been ineffective, and he is a million times better than Kamal would ever be. But there are powers that he has access to if he wished to use them. But no, he's being a good little boy and using the law like as it should, and he shouldn't. He actively shouldn't, because the left wouldn't. Like, I wish, like, in a perfect world, he should follow the law. He should be playing things safe and going through the months-long process to handle all these different cases that pop up, whether that be immigration, assassination attempts, activist judges, whatever the case is, right? Like, that should be the how it works. But the left doesn't work that way. They understand power. As soon as Democrats get back in charge, guess what? They're going to be bending the law and using every single gray area they can find to go after Trump and Republicans in general. And you got to fight fire with fire. It's not how I want it to be. I wish we could live in the perfect utopian liberal society. But liberalism is what got us here in the first place, so we have to reject it. Because if what's the point of having morals and principles if our enemies are just going to use it against us and hurt us even more? Morals and principles should only be for friends, not foes. And Here we are. Here we are. This problem only exists because Trump allows it. Yes and yes, basically. He do something about it. This is a liberal activist foreign judge that could be deported. And here he is apologizing to the assassin. Cool. Plenty of J6ers were put in solitary and Babbitt was killed. This judge is full of shit. Well, they were definitely treated badly. That's for sure. I'm not going to deny that. His point is that none of them were put in suicide watch. At least, not that I'm aware of in this case. And so the fact that the assassin, who was fully committed to killing Trump and was once again fully prepared to die to do so, doesn't need suicide watch is ridiculous. Versus January 6ers, who went there the protests and got rounded up like cattle and completely mistreated. Slightly different story. Slightly different story in my personal book, but since he's the federal judge, right, the Pakistani American with a Star Wars name is clearly superior than I, since he's got education, right? He's got the power. He is Lil Judjo, right? Here. Well, he knows more than me, so I should just defer everything to him instead. It's sad because I lived through the 90s, aka the liberal utopia. We could have kept that, but oh well.
Is it the Jews?
And the thing about the 90s, and granted, I didn't live through it myself personally, right? I was not even a thought in my parents' mind during the 90s in this case. So I'm going based off what other people have said. There are people like you that have said that, oh, it is the liberal utopia. But then I've also heard many other stories saying that it definitely wasn't the liberal utopia. And that for the most part, a lot of the stuff was covered up because you didn't have social media to the same extent that we do today. You didn't really see the riots and the black thievery and the different problems with the diverse society that we were creating. Well, illegal immigration was rising, but it wasn't to the significantly high levels that it was to this point that we can see. Like, it wasn't really utopia. It was really a scam. It was a sham. Delusions and lies that happened there because you didn't actually see the effects just yet because it wasn't televised on the news stations. You didn't have social media where you can see all of the urban youth doing their urban youth activities. And you didn't have the immigration replacement rates as high as they are because it was just starting. It was just kind of kicking off through the first few decades. And it's only been really ramping up. You can actually see the negative effects at this point in day. So I wouldn't exactly call it a liberal utopia. Once again, I know I didn't actually live through it myself, but if you just hindsight's 2020, looking back, you can clearly see the cracks already forming there. It was covered up and there were plenty of areas that didn't have issues and could enjoy things explicitly ignorant. Yes, but now even then, those areas don't exist anymore. Like, even though I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, where we're having development in this area, given our 10 years, I fully expect that, like, this area that I live in, at the moment is going to be overrun. I don't want to even think about who the people are going to be living, like, the diversity here. Because it seems to be, at least in other areas, right, in the United States, the only people that are buying houses are the foreigners, the Indians and the Chinese, or I guess the Somalians, right, who are purposely scamming the system. And I just see all these new houses popping up, and I'm just like, holy fuck, who's living here? Who's moving here? Like, I'm scared. Legitimately scared. And even if it is white families, which I hope it is, the housing prices are just astronomically high because of the foreigners. It's just like, man, I'm never gonna own a house. I mean, it should be the man owning a house anyways, but fuck. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be fucking difficult. Yeah, but the 90s had the blockbusters. Truly, it was the golden age. Well, my time had Redbox, so was it really that much better? Just say no. It's a good point and all, but the lack of social media also helped local communities to fight back against the rot, like the Roof Koreans did when they tried to enrich them. Okay, the thing is, as funny as Roof Koreans are, and they're much better than blacks, they're still foreigners. They're called Koreans because they come from Korea. They need to go back to Korea, north or south, I don't really care. well, I guess North has the stronger argument for refugee status, but still, I don't really care. They're still Asians, they're still foreigners, I still don't want them here. I mean, I'll take them over 1,000,000 Indians, but it's still an example of foreigners invading the country. It's just that it's now we got ethnic conflict between Koreans and the blacks. Great, like so now we have to fight the us whites have to fight against the blacks and the Koreans. So not really fight against the Koreans exactly, right? But we still have competition with foreigners that shouldn't have been here. Like, I'm glad. Well, I'll take the Korean side over the blacks any day. But I don't really want to have this false economy here. Why do I have to side with foreigners in my country? Over the N-laws in my country? Like, can we just have a white country like we were supposed to? Well, like everything was meant to be until 1965? Well, why do we have to, like, it's, I don't know. It's maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive to this because of the 2026 discourse. Where there's this coalition of like Christians and Muslims against the Jews, or whites with the other lighter shades of browns against the darker browns. You know, whatever the case is, it's been like this push on the right, and I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I just want white. I just wait, like they have their own countries. Go there, go. I'm not like, yes, I am racist, but like I'm not so crazily racist where I'm like calling for genocide or anything like that. I just want my country to be white. That's it. That's what it was supposed to be. Like, other than the black slaves, which is a whole different fucking problem from which will take its own stream to address in that case. But that's it. They have their own countries. I'm not saying get rid of their own countries. I'm not saying we should gentrify them or colonize them or nuke them or anything like that case. I just want them back. Just go. Hasta la vista. Goodbye. Like why is that so hard to understand? Should have picked your own cotton. We really fucking should. Slavery was the most expensive mistake America's ever fucking did. Holy fuck. The short term, you know, saving short-term saving money. The long-term consequences. Unbelievable here. They can live, just not here. Exactly! What about the railroads? We could have built our own railroads too. We don't need the Chinese to build the railroads, but they came over here for cheap labor, and then they, for the most part, a lot of them left and went back. Which we should have done, by the way. And so we should have built our own railroads, but unfortunately, America was built on liberalism. And it's been heavily perverted. Like, if you actually go back and read, like, the founding fathers would be against all this stuff. They literally made it to be a white society. But then we had this stupid idea that all people are equal. No, not all people are equal. It'd be nice, but that's not the case. This is not the case. We came to your country seeking work and we agreed to essentially subway, and we're mad at you for accepting our offer. Yes. They literally came over to America for the work, for the money off of it, and for the ability to get to the quote unquote free world. They get a pass there, and then they're mad at us for taking up on their offer and using them and allowing them to be here and take our money and to benefit themselves. Insane. Every single brown foreigner does the exact same fucking thing. The Chinese, the blacks, the Africans in general, the Indians, every single one of them does this whole thing where they're molding and crying over the fact that they have the ability to come to America for work, but no, it's a white supremacist, evil, horrible country to them. Yeah, I think it's kind of the opposite of white supremacy in this case. Thank you, Scobba Dude, for the $5 widows. Thank you. What's the point of living in a panopticon state if we can't use it to arrest and smash our enemies? I'm old enough to remember 5 years ago when we could arrest people for standing near the door in the Capitol that was open from the inside. Oh. Yeah, hold on, give me a second. I'm learning a new word. I'm learning a new word today, live on stream, and now I feel really kind of stupid. Panopticon. I've never fucking seen that word used before. Panopticon is an 18th century conceptual prison design by philosopher Jerry Bentham, featuring a circular structure with a central guard tower, allowing inmates to be constantly observed without knowing when they are watched. Its purpose is to enforce self-revelation obedience through perception of constant surveillance, not just physical restraint. Oh, so that's the word for that. Okay. Interesting. Interesting here. Panopticon English, please. See, that's how I feel, but I'm retarded. I'm also taking the quality leering stream. True, I'm learning. I'm learning, chat. But okay, so now that I know what the word means, I can address your comment a little bit better. Yeah, I would agree. But the problem is a narco tyranny, right? We live in this panopticon states, because of the fact it's for us, right? It's for the white people. It's for the actual citizens that have the state breathing down our necks to be scared about our next move. The amount of times where a white person does the same crime and gets like 3 times the sentence of a black person is insane. Or like very little minor crimes like I don't know, pirating, right? Most people will just get ignored or slapped on the wrist. But no, a white guy does it, oh, you're getting sent for life. It's only for whites and the actual civilians themselves, not the criminals, not the people who are actually, you know, destroying the country itself. It's done on purpose. And here we are. Here we are. So enjoy the camera in your TV and your phone and your computer, and the bunch of cameras within your house and your Alexa devices and everything else in between, because the state is watching you for things that you are doing, but not for the NWAs that are actually destroying the place in itself. There. But now that I want to point out here, Panopticon. Now that I'm actually... Pan means all, and optics is usually means like viewing or seeing, or like with your eyes. And then the on there at the end is the suffix. I forget what on means off the top of my head. But now that I've actually broken up the word to see panoptic. Panoptic. That's a... Wait, hold on. I know what panoptic means. I feel really fucking stupid. That I had to look that up. Well, I know what panoptic means. Couldn't figure out what panopticon is. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Moving on. Here. Well, you think it's called an optical nerve, Mo? Yeah. I had to break down the word, but you know what's faster? You know what's faster? Google. That's why teaching context clues in school was important. I thought about using context clues. I was like, well, if I'm gonna use context clues live on stream, I'm probably gonna make a fool out of myself. So I'll probably just take the L. It's like either I take the L and I look it up just to make sure, or I pretend that I know what it means and possibly make a fool out of myself because of it. I decided to take the L in this case, which I'm kind of glad I did, because then that has taught me it, and then I'm like, now I'm actually breaking it down. And while I feel really stupid, I'd rather feel a little bit stupid by doing this than making a fool of myself on accident live on stream. There. Glad I could teach. Thank you. She's leering. How dare she? You had a good GPA in school. Why don't you study English? I did study English when I was in school, but I've left school many years ago at this point. That is one thing that I know it's what like actively happening to me, which I am too lazy to fix, but it still scares me. Is the fact that I can feel myself becoming dumber every day, like forgetting what words mean. Obviously, I'm never really good at pronouncing words in my entire life, but I'm constantly forgetting like things in general, like what day it is, time, life, words. I'm just becoming like this husk, this empty shell of mush, just like going through the motions of each day. In this case, and it's I guess I used to know so much more. I know it's probably hard to believe based off my current standing right now, but I used to be the one where people would turn to me in school and be like and ask what does this word mean, and I would break it down and use context clues and kind of figure it out. I used to be so much better, but then I left school, I stopped reading, and I just kind of became like the office worker drone and just kind of, you know, vibing, I guess, right? Just once again, just going through the motions. And it just kind of all slowly fades away here. There. And I don't know, I like spelling stuff too. Like the amount of times where I'm like, man, is this how you spell it? I always want to like make sure. It's like, yeah, I spell it correctly, but I still like, man, is this actually how you spell it? Or, you know, the times I do make typos when I'm not like on my phone, because when I'm on my phone, God help me, like the keyboard smashing happens a lot. But I don't know, I'm becoming dumb. I'm actually, yeah, brain rot is real. Actually, unironically, brain rot is real. Quick, tell us your credit card info before you forget it. We'll remember it for you. Okay. It's 12340123 XYZ and I've already forgotten now. I've already forgotten here. This is what just happens when you get disconnected from academia, I guess. And the solution is I just need to read more, right? The solution is I need to write more. Like, actively write pen and paper, which I still like to use, generally, like, for various things. Though it's not exactly the most efficient way when everything is online these days, right? I know what the solution is, but here's the thing. Here's the problem. I'm lazy. I am the NPC. I just roll out of bed, go to work, come home, play video games, and it just exists. Just exist. And you don't have to worry about a single thing in the whole entire world here. There. Please be patient, she is female. Yep. Your entire body works as use it or you lose it, same with physical and mental. Yeah. I know the solution is just don't be lazy, right? Don't be lazy. But that's easier. That's easier said than done. At least you aren't a druggie too. At least, actually, you know, if I was a druggie, I at least would have the excuse of weed, right? I could be like, oh, what's up, my homies? Would you like a joint? Would you like a joint here? You know, yeah. I know what I don't know what the weed smokers say. Don't do it. I can at least have an excuse why I'm like at least a slightly more valid excuse as for why I'm becoming dumb. No, I'm just lazy and that's it. Who can fix it? Only me? Well, too bad. I'm not going to. And like, I don't know. And I do make attempts, right? I do make attempts to fix myself. But then they only stick for like a few weeks, and then I just, you know, fall back into the same old patterns again. It's kind of sad and depressing when you think about it. Anyways, Carrie-san, thank you for the $10 with those. Thank you. Let's see. To catch you up on a meme coming back. Okay, well, what is this meme coming back into the fray here? Let me get this pulled up. Dodging accountability. She is a woman. I could have told you that. What is this? Is this Bo Burnham? Oh, it is Bo Burnham. I know him. I recognize this guy. He used to be all the rage, like, back in, like, COVID. I remember my friend at the time being like, oh, check him out, he's super funny. I was like, yeah, he's not bad. He's kind of good. I remember this song, Welcome to the Internet. Well, the thing is, will it be copyrighted if I play this? Because he's got a whole album. He's fully famous. I don't know if I can actually play this because I might be copyrighted here. Lots of people react to it. Okay, so it should be safe. It should be safe there. Once again, the keyword is should. VOD Bros, if this gets cut out in the YouTube thing, you know what I'm talking about here. Fuck, is that 4 years ago? Shit, that was 4 years ago. I thought it was older than that. Because 4 years ago would have been 2022. I thought it was like in 2020. Or is this like the concept version of it? I thought it was older. There. But I guess, you know what, hey. It's a funny thing, and as long as I don't get copyrighted for it, then sure. Let's play it and enjoy. Welcome to the internet. Hold on.
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around.
The one thing that has not happened to me yet, and I'm kind of surprised. The amount of people in chat being like, we can sort that out of mall. You just invited it. You messed up saying it. Weird way to ask, but fine. You know what the best part is? None of you would actually do it. That's how I know. Like, that's how I know it's not gonna happen. Because so far, all of you guys are actually pretty decent dudes, and you're not gonna do it. I'm sure there's probably maybe like one stranger out there that might actually be kind of a little bit weird and stuff, but like, I have faith, and you guys in chat, to not actually do it. And if you do it, okay? You have a nice cock. There you go. That 3-inch peener you got, 10 out of 10 recommend. Oh, it's 6 inches? Okay, still 10 out of 10 recommend. Oh, it's black? Okay, you're gonna get deported. There you go. You have my response already. Right, the Discord server did send me pictures of cocks one times. There was lots of cocks on how to judge their sizes and how good they would be in a competition. I forgot about that. True. I can't remember. Who had the best cock? Was it? I think it actually was it the fem? No, the femboy. I'm pretty sure I criticized because the femboy. But somebody did have a really nice 10 out of 10 cock. It was big and meaty. Had a long shaft for the neck. A good frill for the head. There. I would eat it later, for dinner. It was mine. Is it still in this current Discord server? Or was it in the last Discord server? What did you reply? 10/10 that it would suck? Well, I think I said I would eat it. A good frill, huh? Yeah, yeah. They have beautiful chickens. Beautiful chickens that they had sent, but you know, unfortunately, we got them off Google Images, so it wasn't actually theirs. There. All the people that weren't there are confused right now. I'm like, that's the point. Let them be confused. Let them just. The cock rating was in the last server. Okay. Rest in peace. Pour one out for the homies. They lost their cocks. Reference was apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Oh, it's from that. Okay, that's what curious someone wanted me to watch this. Okay. Okay.
Anything and everything and all of the time.
You just got it? Yeah, I was just vibing listening to the music. Just, just kind of, there. Anyways, it's a good song. Minus the dumb Foyt interrupting it to commentate because she's scared of copyright. That probably won't get copyright anyways because that's just how YouTube works. There, but oh, he makes good music. Like if he actually had like serious lyrics on it and not like the meme stuff about welcome to the internet, probably would actually like it a lot more. But me, I'm not like really. No, I like meme songs, but like in small quantities because you have to be in the right mood for it, right? But there's definitely some good ones out there, but it's not something I would listen to all the time. But I like the melody of it though, especially that little interlude right there. Really pretty, very very pretty here. Hmm. Wonder if I'll ever listen to the guy that uploads old songs with a hard R in them. You mean Foundry? I know of him though. I never really like watched his stuff, but I know I know of him. I know of him here. Mm. 1 hour to the Garth and esoteric schism music to survive the Kala Yuga. Oh, but this is actually really good. I listened to this out of curiosity, and it's not bad. The first songs are definitely the best ones, but it's actually pretty good. I don't think I can actually play it though. Then again, I played this. I think this has higher risk of copyright than this does actually. Uh, is Ragtime Rev Channel a mall? Oh, well, but there's apparently a different guy who does it, because there's Foundry that does the piano of, like, 1800s music type of situation here. Yeah. It was always overrun, it just became more political use. Remember you said, controversial shit that said it goes back to 4chan, but kids don't even remember what it is anymore? Well, 4chan's nowhere near as popular as it used to be. There. Okay, are we gonna judge me based off my recommendations now? Like we got Tax Brass, which I've heard is actually a good person. Obviously this. I didn't even watch this video. I'm not even sure why it says I've watched most of this video, but I did not actually watch this. I don't know why it's there, but it is Sam Hyde, so I guess. We got Feminist Regrets Abortion at 23 after becoming infertile. Not that surprising, that is one of the side effects. This is a really good fucking song. I got really in the Trigun when I watched it. 10 out of 10 recommend. Bo Burnham makes sense. The video I got absolutely destroyed in the comment section. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Why is he black and why is he in my recommendations? Yes, the pedophile VTuber situation there. Basic logic. 1 hour of silence occasionally broken by Luigi. Okay. Okay. We were all over the place. Here we go. Aha. I love Aha. This one's a good one too. But I love Viva La Vida in general. Cause I like Coldplay. But then it's, literally Hitler edition, which makes things a little bit better. And then I don't know what the rest are. I don't know what the rest are, but anyway. Tax practice is a little bit, but he posts some funny memes sometimes. Yeah, I don't know who he is. I just seen people in chat being like, "Oh, he's good. I like him," or whatever the case is. That kind of deal. And I'm like, okay, whatever you say, chat. You know more than I do. You know more than I do here. So whatever you say. But I had other topics to talk about. But since we're talking about YouTube and recommended, let's do a little bit of React Sloppa. Well, let's get to the React Sloppa here. After all, mommy needs a video to be released sometime this week. And so let's do some let's do like a a Reactception possibly. I don't know what's happening here. I just told him my recommended, and I've heard Remnant's really good person. I know Trium actually really likes him a lot, and he seems like a cool dude. I checked out a couple of his live streams before. He seems nice. Overall, and Asmongold. So it's like I asked Trium if is it a good video or not, and he says it should be. So it's like, okay, well then, we have a React Slopper here. Though before we get into it, I should probably blow my nose. Blow my nose, wouldn't it? Remnant, we love Remnant here. I mean, he seems like a good guy. Like, from what I know, once again, going based off what I know. Because, like I said, checked out a couple of live streams. Seemed cool. Haven't really watched any videos before, but I like the animation style of them. And everything. He seems like a good guy. So far. But, the problem with me, like, I'm scared about commentating other people because unless it's like Arch or Sargon or V, people who I've been watching for literally years, and now that I'm actually friends with Arch and V, like, so I actually know them behind the scenes, at this point in time, I'm like, I'm afraid to stake my name to anybody because it's just like, I don't know who they are, I don't talk to them, I just kind of like their content or whatever they post on Twitter, they seem cool. Like, I don't really do, like, investigative journalism, like, okay, what did you post 10 years ago that was anti-Trump? Or, you know, what did they find? A deep dive on what you like and what your fetishes are, blah, 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 blah. I don't do that kind of stuff. I just like, oh, this person exists. Okay, they have good takes. Okay, they seem chill. Cool. That's as far as I go. Which is not exactly the good place for me to be, because... If I say I like somebody, it's like, you know, they're gonna have a controversy, and it's like, Amalgamyte, how dare you said you like this person flippantly on one stream, you know, a year ago, and be like, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Seem fine. Oh, there. What is in my chat? Hold on. Kick Go Live app just dropped. Go touch grass for 30 minutes. 5 streamers win 100 subs each. What? Chat, do not click that link. But then again, it says it's by staff and verified. What? Kick Go Live just dropped. Go touch grass for 30 minutes. 5 streamers win 100 subs each. What? Okay, staff and verified. So it's probably trustworthy. But I just saw that in my chat and I was just like, what is this? Yeah, what is this? I don't, if it actually is by staff and verified, then like I don't want to like be like I don't want to be like, oh, it's a scam, chat. But at the same time, it's a strange link in my chat and I don't know why. So okay. Anyway, let's get into the video.
So wait a minute. When Asmongold makes these generalizations, he should apparently be permanently banned.
I said that I didn't give a about the opinions of third worlders.
Yeah, I'd say that's like room for a ban. That's grounds for a ban, sure. He should be banned permanently for this. Why not? I wish you were silenced. Jesus Christ.
But when Hassan does the same thing, it's not only fine and acceptable, but you double down?
And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. Americafying anything is going to be bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And so why am I getting suspended?
Look, Alec, I'm happy you apologized to me, but what you're doing here is disgusting. You don't care about this quote-unquote gross behavior. What you care about is banning people you disagree with. That's...
See, I don't want the third world on Twitter. I don't want the third world and America and you know, involved with the Western world whatsoever. But I have principles. I have standards, okay? That's because there's something called, I want them to have their own countries. The Indians can go live in India. I don't give a shit. As long as it's just not in America. So therefore, that's my standard, is America for Americans and India for Indians. You don't have to worry about any, you know, oh, disagree with me because it's on my side or whatever the case is. Or agree with me because it's on my side. You disagree. You know what I mean. No. It's one standard for all. If you hate Americans, go back to Turkey, Roach. That's simple. That's how I like to vote, at least.
it. Do not harass or go after the person in this video.
True! That is a PSA that I'm not really good at remembering to do because I'm just like, oh, I'm just kind of yapping and forgetting to talk about that kind of stuff. But yeah, don't go after people I make react videos about or anything along those lines. or talk about just in general. That's gay. Don't be gay.
April 6, Zach Asmongold Hoyt received a ban on Twitch that left the streaming world embroiled in another major debate over platform moderation. One of Twitch's most prominent and polarizing figures was hit with a 1-week suspension. I don't give a about the opinions of illiterate third worlders. Yeah, I'd say that's like room for a ban. That's grounds for a ban, sure. Yeah, that's kind of shitty.
So you just disagree, ban. And it's not racist. He's literally not even referring to a person by race. Third worlders could even include white people, and Alec Gunter has no problem against racism against white people. It's very interesting. If you were to bring up racism against white people, what would he say? Well, I'm white, and I don't really find it to be that big of an issue. Which is...
He's got a P.E.P.E pillow in the background. I don't like this. He should be banned. I don't like him. He should be banned. How dare he use P.E.P.E as a prop in this background when he's gonna be some leftist, whatever the fuck he is. I don't know what he is, but he's saying Asmongold should be banned for just disagreeing with him. It's a very leftist opinion in my personal opinion, right? I don't like the fact he's got the P.E.P.E in the background. We need to save P.E.P.E from the cultural appropriation that's happening here. It makes me very upsetty to see P.E.P.E used and abused like this. Anyways.
It's funny, we'll get into that in just a second.
Where you were born in the world, if you want to call it the third world. I feel like that's antiquated, but for all intents and purposes, if you were born a third worlder, this is just a statement like against you and like the uncontrollable factor of what piece of land you were popped out of your mom on. That's kind of shitty. I would say that a good company would not want people like saying these things and also representing them.
That's interesting. So
I get this whole this argument. It's not exactly a leftist argument. It's a liberal argument in the sense of the coming from liberals and specifically though the Western ideal that like, oh, it's not people's fault that they're born with this skin color, right? You know, they didn't ask for it. And you know what? Fair, right? Yeah, I didn't. You know, I was lucky that God liked me for enough to make me white. Unfortunately, He made me a woman. But you know, I'm happy that I'm white in this case. So I didn't like, you know, it wasn't by design. I didn't actually choose to be this case. And browns don't choose to be brown. And so it's like, oh, it's unfair to, you know, punish them for their skin colors. They didn't choose to be this way. The thing is, you're not exactly judging them by the content of their skin color. You're judging by the content of the character. And the thing is, stereotypes exist for a reason. And skin color is just the most obvious signifier, right? The biggest red flag for how somebody could or could not act in various different ways, in this case. So it's like, using the whole, oh, wasn't their fault where they're born. Okay, yeah, it's not their fault, but they still act the same way. People create culture, and culture creates people. It's cyclical. It goes in an endless cycle in this case. So, yeah, they're Indian. They didn't ask to be Indian, but they still act like Indians because guess what? They're Indian. You can tell by the face. You can tell by the skin color. You can tell just by the accent that they have. They are Indian. They act like Indians. They're throwing trash into the rivers and shitting on the beaches. They're Indian, and this is not their fault for being born Indian, but it's their fault for their culture and their people and how they're acting. They're not going to change this as their culture. So therefore, I still don't want them. I still just don't want them because 99% of them act the same fucking way. So I don't want to hear their opinions here.
You're arguing that you shouldn't have this on your platform because this represents you as a company. That's really interesting. A very capitalist mindset of you right there, Alec Gunter. I find that very interesting. So we're not talking about on the basis of morality. We're not talking on the basis of what should be permitted at all. No, we're talking about, well, company wouldn't want it to be represented this way. So therefore they have that right. And he goes into detail about, how they have that right. He's such a big streamer and how he represents Twitch. The problem is, would you hold that same stance, Alec Gunter, if they banned people for being left-wing? What if they just simply said, Hassan, I don't like Hassan. Hassan is giving us a really bad look. He didn't really violate any of our terms or services, or maybe they modified it so that his opinions purely wouldn't be allowed on their platform. Let's just say that, because companies can do whatever they want. Am I right? You can do whatever you want as an independent company, not ruled by the government. Would you be defending this ban? Would you be defending their ability to ban somebody off of that? No, you wouldn't. You'd be saying how it's wrong and it's against free speech, and you'd be saying, well, my free speech. You'd be saying that, except for when it comes to people you dislike. When it comes to people you dislike, okay, well, let's think about this from a company perspective. Let's think about their rights. They don't want to be represented this way. It's entirely hypocritical.
And Asmongold is a face of Twitch. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of the top dogs. So yeah, absolutely. Like, this is not something that you would want your company standing by. Honestly, like, I could see people getting fired for this. I don't see why not.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, they get fired for this. What about it? Doesn't mean it's good or bad or it should happen. It doesn't mean it's consistent, especially with the things that Hassan says. There are plenty.
There is sort of kind of an argument for, the face of the company, right? What represents them to a certain degree. But then we have the whole question of like a publisher versus the provider situation, which used to be a strong debate back in like 2018 YouTube, roughly in that time period, when YouTube really started like cracking down with their censorship and demonetizing people and shadow banning them and things like this, where people were like, okay, is being a publisher, or if they're just being like a provider of some sort. I think I'm using the wrong terms here, to be honest, because once again, this is a debate that's kind of old at this point. Here. And if it's just a platform, there we go, not provider, platform. And if it's just a platform where you the individual creates your own content, you are your own face, they just kind of, provide you that way to do so, which is what YouTube is supposed to be, right? In this case, and same thing with Twitch. Like, it's not exactly Twitch's responsibility to care about what you do as long as it's not like illegally breaking the law. Or, whether that be like, showing people being murdered, like, or actually, or like actually actively committing crime, because you can certainly show people being murdered, right? If along with like educational or newsworthy, or if it's supposed to be a movie skit type of deal. Well, you yourself are not actually pulling a real gun and murdering somebody, like live leaks, or like PDFs or various other like heinous crimes are happening. It's not YouTube or Twitch's responsibility to really care what you do, because they're just there to provide the service so you can actually do this content yourself. Versus a publisher, that is somebody who actively does care about what you're doing, because they are purposely trying to have a message, right? That like whatever their goal as a company is to have this specific message, this specific slant. Like Fox News, for example, is the quintessential right-leaning news network. Well, it's Fox News. You're gonna get conservative Republican opinions coming from Fox News. Like they are a publisher in that case. Or CNN is the opposite with leftist nonsense there. Excuse me. And there are differences. And as soon as YouTube starts pressing the pedals and turning the knobs and censoring for what people can and cannot do, that's when the lines get blurred. Are they a publisher or are they a platform? And it's a debate that's never actually really been resolved because it requires going into US legal code, and it gets really messy because there's pros and cons for YouTube being a publisher versus a provider. And personally, I've always seen them myself as a platform, than an actual publisher. But the past 10 years, things have greatly changed, and it, like I said, it's very messy, and I don't speak legalese myself. But going back to Twitch specifically in this case, once again, platform or publisher. They're supposed to be a platform, but they're very obviously a publisher. And if they're a publisher, then yeah, they're going to care about their face and their brand. But they're technically a platform, even though they act like a publisher. So, like, they shouldn't care that much. And this is, once again, where things get messy.
Plenty of instances where people get fired for things that you believe are wrong and you wouldn't defend those things. So why are you bringing up, oh, a company would fire you for this behavior? That doesn't make any sense to me. Especially if like somebody was fired for like being left wing, you would defend them.
I didn't even think the joke was that funny. Like,
He's what I thought that was a choker. It looks more like a really short necklace. But I almost called him a faggot because he looks like one. Because holy shit, all he needs is a little bit of makeup and he would look like a tranny. Like he already looks like a really gay dude as it is with this. With like the necklace, man, the necklace. Hell, even just the tank top looks a bit strange, but the necklace really just adds to it there. Poor man's tech tone.
I don't think it's that funny, but I still don't think that he should have been fired because of it. Like, are you kidding me?
You would say they shouldn't be fired on the basis of their beliefs, right?
Them. And Asmongold is a face of Twitch. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of the top dogs. So yeah, absolutely. Like, this is not something that you would want your company standing by. Honestly, like, I could see people getting fired for this. I don't see why not just permanently ban him, you know? People have gotten fired for less. I'm just pointing that out. All right, how did Asmongold respond to his Twitch ban? Well, we're gonna watch that. So let's skip
This
over
gets
to the
interesting.
video. Why I got banned on Twitch.
But he's once again platform versus publisher here. He's a streamer because the Twitch is a streaming platform where he can just plug in a camera and a microphone and just yap all day about whatever he wants. It's not actual like he's contracted. He's signed an agreement with a company there. Like it's different. It's not like he's actually getting fired versus Jimmy Kimmel's actually being hired and has contracts with this, SNL and whatever TV provider he's got. Like these are two different things. Also, Jimmy Kimmel has called for assassination of Trump and various other heinous things, which are definitely towing the line for free speech because then you're getting into calls to violence there. Versus Asmongold just saying, oh, I don't want to hear opinions from third worlders. There's a little bit of a difference. Just a little bit of a difference there.
Let's take a look from the mouth itself. The disgusting, rotten mouth of
Yeah, of
Asmongold
course.
himself.
Real quick, he just
guys.
feels perfectly fine to personally attack him off of his appearance. Look, Asmongold.
Also, thanks to a chatter, I just realized is a reaction to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. Because I'm reacting to Remnant's video, who was reacting to this leftist, who was reacting to Asmongold's. We have hit limits of reactionception that I never thought I would actually hit, because I find it kind of cringe. But here I am, because I saw this video, I was like, oh, this looks interesting. I like this Remnant dude. And here we are, 5 layers deep into Reaction's butthole.
It's perfectly fine to personally attack him off of his appearance. Look, Asmongold clearly is not the best looking guy out there. I mean,
Okay. I'm not an Asmongold simp. I never got into his thing and into his shit ever before. Didn't know he existed till like 2 years ago. And from watching Gearsha. But I was looking up photos of him for the thumbnail tonight, and I saw him with short hair, and I'm like, damn, he's actually attractive. Because one, I don't like guys with long hair, and two, his long hair is really greasy and unclean, especially in this clip in particular. So it's like, the guy is actually attractive if he just cut the hair and took a shower. He's really not that bad. He just needs to do those 2 simple steps. Anyways, I'm sorry. I just had to defend him there.
just like, let's look at this. He can take a lot better care of his looks. I get that. But I doubt that Gunter would be willing to insult people and attack people that he agrees with off of
No! The Bible Reloaded! Okay, interesting. So this guy hangs around the old Bible Reloaded crew? Okay, this takes me back. This takes me fucking back here. So a lot of people think Remnant is like a copycat of Armor Skeptic. So we're gonna go into some old lore here, okay? Autistic rambling, be prepared for the next 5 minutes. I used to be a massive fan of Armor Skeptic way back in the day, during the Skeptic community, right? The online atheists versus the Christians. And then the Skeptic community splintered into the anti-SJWs and the SJWs, which are just now woke at this point, right? Those kind of things. And to be fair, Remnant does remind me a lot of Armor Skeptic with his model and everything like that, but supposedly he's, not related, that kind of, it's not even the same voice, right? Anyways, part of the Skeptic community was a YouTube channel called The Bible Reloaded, which I was also a big fan of, with, well, Hugo and Jake. And they would read the Bible and deconstruct it and make fun of it. There was also these chick checks they would read out, and those were really funny too. And I really liked them because I was a fedora tipping atheist back then. This isn't Armor Skeptic. No, this isn't Armor Skeptic. Looks very similar, but they're different. Okay. And I eventually stopped watching Bible Reloaded because they kind of stopped producing, and then I also went my anti-SJW arc. Started getting way more in the specifically politics with Sargon of God and Sargon's crew. And versus they kind of went more left-leaning. I kind of stopped paying attention to what happened to them until I got back into content creation myself, and I found that Jake still streams. He's got a whole thing with Korn apparently, and he's a massive leftist. And then Hugo has transitioned into Hannah, and Hugo is never ever attractive because he's massively overweight. Both of them are significantly overweight, but it's kind of their appeal too, right? They're just like regular guys just making YouTube content, right? They weren't supposed to be handsome chads trying to sell you anything in this case, but the fact that Hugo transitioned over to Hannah and he still just looks like an ugly woman now. Still a man. I mean, most transgenders look like an ugly woman, but he's still significantly overweight. He just has the makeup and the long hair to go with it. Fucking blast from the past right here. And apparently this leftist guy is friends with these people that are basically irrelevant now because they went off. If they just stuck with the Bible Reloaded, they probably would have been fine. Or at least mostly fine. I know, atheist commentary is been completely overrun thanks to politics. It's full of leftists. But if they, I like that, and they were just chasing trends. But I don't know, they probably would have fine. They stick with the Bible Loaded. It was good. I don't know. Maybe I'm reminiscing too much from my 13-year-old fedora tupping days. But still, anyways, I had to do my little autistic ramble here. Fat neck beards. Well, Jake's got the neck beard. Hannah's transitioned now, right? Hugo is now Hannah. There's no neck beard there, right?
The fact that they don't look visually appealing. When I insulted Gunter for something he can control, a long time ago, he wasn't happy about that. It's not a matter of, simply insulting them based off of their appearance. It's a matter of, do I dislike this person? Asmongold right here is an evil, horrible racist. That's why he's worthy of these insults and personal attacks. Insults and personal attacks that I don't think would be warranted if it was against somebody I agree with. It reminds me of what people say about AI. They say AI is bad because it creates horrible, shitty looking images and art and videos. Okay, would you be fine with AI then if it didn't do that? If it produced high quality, really good looking images and videos? No, you would still hate it. So it's just an empty insult and a rebuttal at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. There's no winning with these people. He's set against you from the very moment because he disagrees with you. He views you as evil. It's not the behavior that he has a problem with. It's simply the person. It's simply the his beliefs.
Like, come on. And like, this background doesn't look particularly, I guess it's not terrible. I don't know.
It also, here's the thing, guys. I think that it comes from maybe a bit of a insecure place because, you know, Alec Gunter has changed quite a bit since we last interacted with him. He's gotten a lot better. I'm happy for him in that regard. He's not what he used to be. I genuinely believe that Alec Gunter has changed a bit for the positive. He's still a leftist though, but I want to give credit where credit's due. The problem is though, in terms of appearance, if you want to criticize a person who's in politics for their appearance, Alec, you literally look like a Disney adult. And those are really frowned upon if you want to get into politics.
I don't think he looks like a Disney adult. I think he looks like Tim Pool. Especially with that beanie on. He literally looks like a slightly fatter Tim Pool. With just a blue beanie and the trans flag there. So, it's not... I mean, not exactly a bad look, you know, but you have to, like... I think he could probably actually pull it off if he advertised himself as, like, leftist Tim Pool. If he actually made that his branding, being like, yes, I am lefty Tim Pool. No, I'm not made out of AI, or whatever the case is. He could probably pull it off, actually. Just because it would, like... It's meant to be semi-parody, but also pretty, serious at the same time. It wouldn't be exactly bad branding if he actually did it there. Tim Pool. But, like, he's not bad looking. He's just slightly overweight. Like, if he lost weight, he probably would be fine. Like, all these people that... Because we're criticizing based on looks and not exactly based off opinions here. Everybody involves, except for Rumnick, because we don't know exactly what he looks like, would all look a million times better if they just took care of themselves. So with Hugo and Jake, if they just lost the weight, they would be fine. This guy, if he just lost a little bit of weight himself. Asmongold, if he took a shower and cut the hair. None of these guys are necessarily bad looking. They just need to take care of themselves, whether that be losing weight or showering and getting a haircut. Like, most people are mid. Most people are average. Obviously, you got some people who have been cursed by God and got hit with the ugly stick. But obviously, you got people who have been blessed by God and are little angels descended upon heaven. But mid is mid for a reason. Mid is average. That's, you know, the grand total populace. And most people look, somewhat kind of in between and okay. It's okay to be mid. It's okay to be average. They just need to take care of themselves and they'd be fine. Like, we shouldn't be doing these whole personal ugly attacks. The only reason I did it for Hugo is because he's transitioned and he's a massive leftist and he's, I don't even, like, it's interesting to see how far he's fallen from the Bible Reloaded in this case. Because him being fat and overweight and not attractive never was really a problem before. And now he's a tranny. When you're trying to be a woman, trying to be a pretty woman too, doesn't really exactly earn you any favor, especially when you add in your politics into it. That's where looks actually comes into play. But for everybody else, it's not that deep. Like, apparently Remnant's avatar is his body. Well, if that's the case, he's the best looking one out of all of us.
My avatar, for example, it's not fully to be taken seriously. I have a night helmet on, for Pete's sake. It's a great way for me to hide my identity while still being entertaining. But I at least wear a suit. There is a presentation going on here. I have more room to stand on to criticize his appearance, even your appearance. I've criticized other people's appearances. But the problem is, You don't have that privilege. You don't have that room to stand on. This is hypocritical. You're not that much better. You're a Disney adult. In many of your videos, that's how you look.
Oh.
This feels like it's coming from a place of insecurity from what I can see.
So much free
Those
time.
are very neat.
Well, I guess I could start by making this video, right? So, I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream, and I come back from the gas station, and I get a message, and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know, what happened? And I look, and I get a message, and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So this is what I did. This is what I said.
I feel like Asmongold's gotten away with saying so much. Oh yeah, for sure.
And he doesn't say anything about Hassan getting away with this.
By the way, if you're going to take him off the platform for saying that thing, I think that at the very least, a written statement from him as like one of the top dogs on Twitch saying, I apologize for my comments, should be required to reinstate his status.
Never apologize. Never fucking apologize here. Okay? Like, when leftists are begging for blood, never apologize. As soon as they smell the drop that you bleed from, oh, they will pounce on you like rabid dogs. Because now that they know that you're weak, now that you know that you've bent the knee, and will do anything they tell you to do. And as soon as you apologize, they'll never let you forget it. They'll never actually forgive you. Because the whole point of apologizing is forgiveness, right? It's supposed to be like, I have fucked up. I have done something wrong. I have hurt you. I am sorry for this. I feel guilty and I promise to change. And the person who is, you know, receiving the apology, is up to them to decide if they receive it or not. And if they accept it, then it's like, okay, I forgive you. I will give you a second chance. I won't bring up what you've done again, and I expect you to prove yourself and going forward. And the person's actually sincere about the apology, then they'll stop doing whatever they did in the first place. And then, you know, they move on. The person who's been wrong never brings it up again. They've changed. Everything's all good in the hood. There. But the whole point of apologizing is the forgiveness. The left doesn't forgive. They definitely never forget. You apologize, and they're like, well, you should have known better, you evil, racist, Nazi bigot. And then if you do something again that they dislike, they're going to be like, well, hey, remember that one time you said XYZ and, you know, pissed us all off because you're evil, racist, Nazi bigot again? Well, we demand another apology. They never forgive, and they definitely don't forget. Never apologize, and definitely don't do a cringy written statement for saying you don't want to hear third world opinions. Well, like, you don't have to listen to people. I personally believe you should try to hear both sides of the story, but if you're just dealing with a bunch of brown whites that hate you and hate your country because you're white, then you don't have to listen to them because you know what they're going to say. They just want you dead because you're white and your country's better than theirs. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to listen to women just with an anime avatar streaming about her psychobabble online. You don't have to listen to your parents, though you probably should listen to your parents, regardless of what your age is. Unless they give you boomer advice. You don't have to listen to really anybody. Of course, you have to deal with the consequences of not listening to certain people depending on their authority and the situation is. But technically, you don't have to. And especially when there's free will involved here, you don't have to watch Asmongold. And you don't have to listen to people online. You can just tweet out and just hit mute and never hear about people from ever again. It's great. Don't ask me how I know.
This as a Twitch partner, you know what I mean? At least an apology, you know, even if it's bullshit, at least he's forced to do it, you know? Like, come on, this was nothing.
If you get
if this is bullshit, at least he's forced to do it. That's the fucking key right there. And Remnant will probably say the same thing I'm about to say here anyway, but whatever. I'm the react slop, okay? That's the key point. At least he's forced to do it. It's all about groveling. It's all about power, because that's all the left cares about, is them holding the power themselves to tell you what to do, because they believe they're superior morally, mainly morally superiority, but they also get off on that too. And so therefore, They want you to do whatever they want. And if Asmon's been forced to make a written apology, which is his scenario here, even better. He'll jerk himself off to sleep every single night once that happens. Because that's all he wants. All he wants is power over Asmongold to ruin his life because he disagrees with him.
And you need to apologize for the heinous thing you did. Keep that in mind, especially if you're a big streamer.
Herders from Afghanistan.
For those who don't know, he's already been unbanned.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not
As of this recording.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context.
That is racist as f. That's racist.
He's in reference to race there, but like everything's racist. Who cares?
I mean, he mentioned Afghanistan, which is filled with browns. So therefore, that's why it's probably racist, because Afghanistan is full of browns that are goat herders and goat fuckers there. Like, because once again, culture is reflected on the people, and the best way to determine somebody is the best measure to judge somebody is based off their skin color, because you can get a pretty good idea what their culture is, or at least, you know, a rough idea at the bare minimum, just simply based off how they look. That's how physiognomy works, after all. So that's why race is actually involved in this case. But who cares? I also don't care about the goat herder, the illiterate goat herder in Afghanistan, or in Czechoslovakia, or in Africa, though they probably don't have any goats because they don't know how to farm. Like, I don't care. They're illiterate, they're dumb, and they're foreigners unrelated to my country. Like, why should I care what a foreigner thinks about my country when they don't live here and they're not involved in any way, shape, or form? The only coalition I agree with, personally, myself, is the white coalition, because it's entirely the Western world, America, Canada, Australia, and entirety of Europe, that are being invaded on purpose by these brown-eyed hordes. Yes, we have our own cultures and differences, but it's an attack on all of us because we're white. Once we get the invasion taken care of, we can go our merry ways at this point. Right, Germany for the Germans, with their German fest and the alcohol and the, I don't know, the schnitzels and whatever they fucking do in Germany, right? French for the Frenchies with the frogs and their wine and their patisseries and everything like that, and the white flags. They can, I don't really care what they do. They're French, right? But I care about the mass immigration that's happening across the scale. Other than that, don't care. Once again, Afghanistan's not having the problem. Afghanistan's the one coming to America. So I don't really care what the Afghanis have to say about my country. They're foreign invaders. Get the fuck out.
I'm sorry, it is. That's incredibly racist. Why the f do you think that, like, a platform should stand by you after you say shit like that? It's disgusting. You're a disgusting person for saying that. And I don't care that you got your platform suspended for, like, what, 4 days, was it? I don't know.
Of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map.
This is something I do disagree with. Like, when it comes to our opinions on Israel, I don't agree with Asmongold on this. And that's something I would stand by. I don't like his opinions when it comes to Israel and Palestine. I'm against that. My opinion is much more, let's not be involved in what's going on the other side of the world. And most of the arguments I see for people talking about this is, what is best for Israel or Palestine, the country that they care more about? My opinion is, what is best for America?
Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they. Because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Okay, hold on. The government having strict restrictions for women in their society does not reflect the opinions of the entire society. You were talking about the society and the people living there as a whole, and as a result of living in, like, being born on that piece of land. It's just innate. Like, you innately do not care about the opinions of somebody who comes from a country that is considered third world, and that's a shitty thing to say. It is not the same as saying that, like, it's not this, you're comparing their people to their government.
You can't.
There is a difference between people and government. There's also an argument that people make the government too. But we're not going to get into that specifically. it's not exactly a shitty thing to say. They're going with the blank slate theory that everyone's equal, everyone's the same. IQ doesn't matter. Where you live doesn't matter. It's just everyone starts out pure, innocent, and the best thing, and it's just socioeconomic factors that change a person. But that's not true. It's never been true. Yes, there is a little bit of nurture does involve its way within how humans are developing, but a lot of it is mostly nature. There, he's completely wrong with this fact. It's not shitty to say. What is shitty to say, and since Hassan's being brought up in this video by Remnant, and Hassan is the picture perfect example of what the heinous stuff you can say on Twitch and just get away with it. Literally somebody made a 20-minute video of all the times Hassan has called for violence, and then all of the famous quote of him saying that we must pave the streets and rivers of blood. I think I'm misquoting that a little bit, but still, it's just like, okay, so Hassan can get away with that, but Asmongold says he doesn't want to hear about third world opinions, so therefore he must, get banned and have a written apology to get things back. Once again, double standards there. I think Remnant got wrong info on Asmon's opinion of Israel and Iran. They had the same opinion. Maybe possibly. Most people, like, Asmongold streams a lot. Most people just watch clips from him. Like, I don't fucking watch his streams. I only see the clips. So, and that's, for most people, that's how they get their information about certain things, is whatever clips go viral, right? And then eventually they might check out their streams. So, maybe he did get it wrong. As far as I'm aware that is actually Asmon's opinion. But not exactly sure, because I'm not an Asmongold fan myself. Asmongold supports regime change in Iran. See, that's kind of the opposite of getting involved. Of not getting involved there. That's actively getting involved. Unless the position is like, I don't want us to get involved, fuck both of them, but now that we're in this shit, we should do what's best for America, which is regime change. I can see that opinion. I can see that opinion, even if I myself don't fully support it, because my position is, I don't want us involved in Iran whatsoever. We should just get out of there. And, okay, it sucks we caused a bunch of chaos, but the Iranians can figure out themselves, because it's their own country. Like, in this case. I just don't want us involved whatsoever. And regime change almost never works out in America's favor. So there's that aspect, too. There. Also, I know I haven't run any super chats. I was trying to save them for the end of the video, but this is a long video, so let me go through and catch up with them real quick. My apologies, guys. My apologies. Thank you, the Watchman, for the $5 videos. Thank you. No one wears a black wife beater with a choker if they're not a Brit Sig. Well, it's not exactly a choker, but it sure fucking looks like it was a choker, so I mean, close enough in my book, too. He looked a little bit flamboyant there, to say the least. Just ever so slightly on the happier side. I thank you, Dark N155, for the $20 dues. Thank you. It reminds me of those phishing scams that's been going on YouTube for over 10 years. Click it and it gets all the information ripped, and immediately locked out of their action/account. Out of their account/channel and gets turned into crypto channel. I've never heard of those scams, but doesn't surprise me because there's scams all over the place that do all sorts of kind of things. I just kind of avoid weird, shitty leaks in general. So yeah, that one from Kick was a bit strange. I wish they kind of made some announcement or whatever the case was, but then again, I don't check my emails either, so there's also that. I don't really pay attention. It just seemed a bit strange and concerning. So hopefully nobody actually did click it. And Kick, if it's actually legitimate, my apologies, but you can't blame me for being a little bit wary, can you? If it looks like a duck, yeah, probably acts like a duck, probably is a duck here.
Judge a person simply because of where they were born. Keep that in mind.
Them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of service.
He should be banned permanently for this. Why not? Twitch suspended him for saying the thing that he said, and he's saying, I will say it again. I said nothing wrong, and I will say it again.
We'll keep that in mind.
Why the f is he unbanned? Make it make sense. Like, got a few days vacation here.
Beyond that, do you even imagine a world where somebody that says...
If he wasn't a top streamer, it would be banned? Absolutely. Twitch definitely shows favoritism.
Twitch shows favoritism towards Hassan. They love Hassan. I don't think Alec could even disagree with that.
Toward him.
They don't care.
He should have been.
Isn't Asmon actually a net loss for Twitch? That's what I've heard. Because, of how he, like, doesn't run ads and various things. I've been banned from Twitch for, like, almost a year now. And so I've kind of forget how it works. But from last I heard, like, he doesn't actually stream on his main channel anymore. He streams on his side channel that is now his main channel. And he doesn't have like, then again, Twitch already has ads automatically, so I'm not understanding how the ads don't really work there. But I've heard it's nothing but like a black hole for Twitch. There. But they forced him to run ads. Okay. So he was there for a minute, but then, like, I don't think he's lost anymore. Okay, did they actually change it because he was? I wouldn't be surprised if they did that, because frankly, I can't exactly blame them. And if they actually permanently get rid of him, then Twitch will tank. With the only other top big streamer being, you know, Hassan, and then obviously various VTubers that exist. But Asmon is basically keeping the site afloat. At least that's how my observations for how it seems to be working. If he leaves, if he gets banned, like, there's not much keeping anyone there. They'll just migrate to wherever he's at, which he's already got massive views on Kick, massive views on Rumble. Obviously, his YouTube channel is amazing. And so most people migrate wherever he goes, which leaves the VTubers and the Twitch thoughts. So you might as well just make it a porn place anyways, because it's basically that anyway, like, already, with the Twitch thoughts. And the VTubers would also probably leave if they feel like the audience is tanking, because there's usually an overlap with people watching VTubers and people like Asmongold. So they'll go wherever he's going. I mean, Kick saw a massive jump in people using it after he moved to Kick. It would hurt them significantly if he actually was being banned from Twitch. So yeah, there's going to be favoritism. Hassan? Well, Asmongold and Hassan have this constant war of who's botting, who doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised if both actually bot, really, just because botting seems to be the route to go for streaming for some reason. It's unfortunate, but my money's more on Hassan botting than Asmon. Regardless, Twitch won't be hurting as much if Asmon were to leave, but he's best friends with Dan Clancy, so yes, there is favoritism regardless of the case happening here. But one's definitely getting a lot more dick-sucking happening to him than the other, and that's not Asmongold.
About what a fat American thinks about the Middle East. Can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended? Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This
Actually, he might, because didn't Hassan, he said, like, if a Middle Easterner said, I don't care what some fat American has to say, they might get banned. Sure. Hassan Piker and...
No, they don't, because Hassan says it all the time. Nothing happens to him. Why aren't you complaining?
Vosh were both nuked off.
Because you agree with it.
Off of Twitch for saying the word. So I'm just pointing that out there. Oh, sorry.
Actually, okay. Someone in chat brought up, he might as well just leave Twitch to stream on Kick and Rumble. Also, YouTube is really problem to delete the VOD on YouTube after stream. Yeah, so like, okay. Maybe I might be coming from the wrong position here because, like, I'm obviously a small nobody. And I'm, you know, and for the record, I am pretty much okay with that. Right? But Asmongold is the biggest streamer of all time, and he's been that for a while. He's at his peak, and I imagine over time, somebody will replace him to be the next big fad, because that's how the internet works in general. But as long as he doesn't do anything scandalous and any skeletons come out of his closet, he'll probably keep that record for a while. Excuse me. And he could leave Twitch, do massive damage to it, and then stream on Kick and Rumble, and then YouTube, and be perfectly fine. Still retain his audience. He's already, what, a millionaire? Or something along those, like, I know there's those clips of him and Caleb Hammer together, and Caleb told him he needs to, like, approximately needs to spend, like, $2 million a year for tax purposes. And then Asmon responded back, what am I supposed to do with $2 million? Like, what am I supposed to spend for that? Which... on one hand, I can kind of understand, because I got $2 million. Oh, that would be a lot of fucking money. On the other hand, there are many things you could do. Like, personally, I would try to I would probably spend half of it just investing, right? So send it off to an investor to be like, okay, put this in stocks and whatever else money management people do. And the other half of it I would probably use to help my dad and my sister. And then the rest left over for myself and a nice savings thing, and kind of go from there possibly. But that's a lot of fucking money. So there's no incentive. There seems to be a bigger incentive to hurt Twitch if he actually hates the censorious policies of it, because he can still make amazing money off Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. Well, mostly Kick and YouTube, because especially in the case of Kick, with it being just a green copy of Twitch, since you get paid at a certain level, you do get paid for people just watching you. And if a vast majority of his audiences goes to Kick, not only is he getting the benefits from Kick's warp tokens and subby bubbies there, but he's also getting the paid for the viewership aspect as well. It's a win-win-win overall if he just abandons Twitch. Frankly, that's what he probably should do in my personal opinion, but then again, it's mostly because he's got the luxury of already having a ton of money, but you don't make money by spending it, right? And if you can keep on hoarding it, I mean, good for you. But I don't know how the financials actually work off there.
The C slur
is an American.
Yeah, and he doesn't have an issue with slurs. Look at that. He doesn't have an issue with it. Why? It's because you can't be racist towards white people, even though that doesn't make any sense. He's perfectly fine with it, and he defended his son getting banned for saying slurs. And here's the thing. This is why, and let me give you a piece of advice, Alec, if you're watching this video. This is why nobody cares whether you call them racist or not. When you openly display such apathy to racism towards white people, why the f should we care what you call racist? You are racist to us. So it's just at the end of the day, the pot calling the kettle black. It doesn't mean anything. It's lost all purpose. There's no valid criticism behind this. This shows you don't have a problem with racism. You have a problem with where it leads to. If it pushes a left-wing agenda, that's fine. If it pushes back against something you value, like immigration or multiculturalism, then racism's bad. Meaning, you don't have a problem with the behavior, you have a problem with the agenda. Nothing more.
And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. Americifying anything is going to be bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And so why am I getting suspended?
When Hassan does something that he's criticizing Asmongold for, he just simply says, well, he's not wrong. You're not principled with this. You can't then say that behavior is immoral or wrong. You can't be criticizing somebody for it, but then be fine with it when somebody you like does it.
It's more third worldist morality logic inversion that basically
I mean, you can. Like, it's a very classic leftist tactic I talked about earlier before we got into the React video. You can, not have principles and morals. You can have the mentality that it's only for friends and not enemies. Because that's exactly what the left does. And this Alex guy is the prime example of this. Like, he's not actually using his principles, his rules for Hassan because Hassan's on his side, but he's willing to, go after Asmongold because he's on the opposite side there, his enemy. And personally, I'm not exactly a fan of that myself, especially when it comes to free speech in particular. Free speech is one thing that I don't think I could ever capitulate that kind of principle myself, because that's just a strong slippery slope. But the right does need to kind of learn a similar tactic, though not in this case with freedom of speech, but with power in itself, because that's the only way we're actually going to get anything done. So what he's doing is not that surprising, and the right needs to learn how to do it back, because pearl clutching and being like, oh, you're being a hypocrite. They don't care they're being a hypocrite. I mean, some of them might not be self-aware enough they realize that they are, but others are, and they simply do not care, because you are enemy. You have been painted with a target on your back, be it a fascist, Nazi, bigot, racist, sexist, homophobe, whatever label they're gonna throw at you at the time, right? And they're gonna mark you for attack, and they don't care what happens to you as long as you're destroyed. And so you have to defend yourself some way, shape, or form. And free speech is the best way. It's the principle that I'm not willing to capitulate and try to fight fire for fire, because it actually is a great way to fight them back. Because if you start being like, well, you should be banned for what you have to say, because you said, you know, XYZ, then that's tumbling down a hill I'd rather not go into, right? I'd rather not fall into the Ganges River myself in that case. Oh, but if they're gonna be like, oh well, let's bring it back to a more real IRL situation with like the activist judges, where they're using the gray areas of the law and stopping Trump with his executive orders because say it's unconstitutional. Well, the right can do the same thing whenever a Democrat comes into power, whether it would be Biden a few years ago or whoever the next Democrat is. We can play that game too in other areas if we had the balls to. Not like I really want to personally myself, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
It is also shitty to say, like, if you are, it still is a little shitty to say, if you are from America, I don't give a about your opinions. Obviously, like, if somebody were to say that to me, I would assume that they're talking about the, you know, dumbass Americans. Like me, you know, like, okay, you don't care about my opinions because I was born in the land of milk and honey and we, like, I'm part of the group of people who completely it both for ourselves and for everybody else. I can understand why you'd have a bit of a sore spot. You know, it's not like I'm suffering as badly as you are.
Riddle me this, Batman. Would Alec Gunter be fine with a black person saying it's totally fine for white people to use the N-word, hard R, in a derogatory way to a black man? He would say no. And then if the black man said, actually, I don't find it to be that big of an issue when people say it. I don't feel bad when it comes to it. He said, it doesn't matter. You're not speaking on part of all black people and all the rest, yada, yada, yada. You can't do that. Just because you're black doesn't mean you can be racist towards black people. That's what they say. But when it comes to Alec, because he's a white man, of course he's going to utilize that card. Why? It's because he doesn't give a fuck about consistency when it comes to behavior or the things he's criticizing. It's a matter of who's it being done to and does it favor me?
Careful, Alec, yeah. But like but you know, it would be a little shitty.
Oh, I should point out, this is still a good argument for normies because at least white normies still have this mentality. So while I am not trying to defend this Alec guy, but I'm pointing out why they don't care and why the white right should do the same. Remnant making this video is still good to just show the leftist hypocrisy, because then just introducing these ideas to normies drip feeds them and slowly makes them realize these things, and then they shift further to the right, which is exactly what's been happening over the past 10 years. Where you had the classical liberals now shifting to more authoritarian aspects because they've realized all the changes that has happened as things have gotten worse and worse and worse, and look at back more in the past. It is important to know you still have to appeal to the normie, because the normie is the majority audience, right? Going back to being mid and average with the whole looks debate earlier, it's most people are average. Most people are normies. Most people don't really think that hard about various things. And so you have to appeal to their emotions and appeal to basic sensibilities to get them on your side. And then you can slowly start introducing and make them and point out little things that just don't exactly make sense to get there. It's a process. It takes time, but you know, it sort of kind of happens that way. I'm not trying to appeal to normies. I just yap and rant about various things, so I have no problem kind of pointing the various things out. I have no problem with being a little bit of a hypocrite in this case, also myself, because if the left is going to be hypocritical about their principles and use my own morals as a sword and shield against me, then fuck you. Like, I'll throw these morals and principles out the window then, and we'll fight barehanded, because, you know, I'm not gonna die. Right? Because you're being a bitch in this case. But that's me once again. And free speech, like I said earlier, it's not exactly one that I really want to give up, because I can see the writing on the wall as soon as that happened.
I can acknowledge that. Sure. Like, you should listen to people regardless of where they're from.
Even if they're a stupid American?
I can get on board with that message. But, like, I'm sorry, this just isn't comparable.
Is being used to silence me for an entire week.
They're silencing me. No.
Part that I want to talk about.
Look at me right now. I'm so silenced. No.
It's
No,
because
please.
basically Twitch has a system
I'm
where
so
they say
silent.
that your infractions or your bad actions.
Well, wasn't this a YouTube video? So he's still being silenced on Twitch, which is, despite all his faults, a major platform. He was still banned, and it still took a massive uproar on the internet to get it back. Like, it's still being silenced. The left, well, they do the same thing with cancel culture back when that was all the rage a few years ago. And it still technically happens to this day, by the way, just on a lesser scale. Or like, oh, you're not being canceled. You're not being silenced. You still make money from XYZ. Well, okay, great. I'm glad I haven't lost XYZ just yet, in this case, YouTube. But I still lost a major platform where I was making a good chunk of money. I'm still being silenced for my opinions. That still was being censorship. And some people was much worse than that, where they actually lost their jobs. And it's almost impossible to get a job again after that. Like, this is very, very different things. But just because someone's successful and actually has a name behind them, right, and fame, and able to fight back the system better because of it, doesn't mean for the average person that lost their job for supporting Trump back in 2020, people doxed him, doesn't mean that person's gonna get away scot-free. His life is now ruined because of you guys. You're shitty people.
Fire within 1 year. Well, the last time I was
I wish you were silenced. Jesus Christ.
suspended, well,
That's
we all
horrible.
remember the last time I was suspended. But
Could
that
use
was
a
in October
shut the fuck up pill.
2024. I have not been suspended for over an entire year. Why does that matter? Well, it matters because they say it matters. It matters because they say that's whenever the infractions expire and your account is treated as not being in bad standing. So why is it in that case that instead of getting a warning, instead of getting a suspension, instead of getting for a day, instead of getting a suspension for 3 days...
He's so whiny about... I've never seen Hassan Piker whine like this.
He did! He did! That's the beauty of this. Hassan Piker has whined about this type of stuff. Yes. So you're gonna call Hassan Piker a whiny bitch? Call Hassan a bitch right now. Do it. Do it right now. You called Asmongold for it. Be a man and be consistent and called Hassan a bitch. Guess what? It gets beautiful. Look at this.
Hassan Piker has been suspended from the platform, and each time it happens, he puts out a statement about it, may say some shit about, yeah, that's pretty shitty. Especially the thing, which I think he was completely not in the wrong.
When Asmongold gets banned, he has to make a written apology. But when Hassan does, well, guess what? It's totally fine for him not to apologize or say that he was wrong, even though he's such a big creator on the platform. Because, guess what? He's right. Guess what? It's fine. We don't have to do these written apologies for big streamers unless I disagree with you. That's it. You don't have to write a written apology. It's just evil tech company. But when it's a person on the right being banned, guess what? It's a benevolent tech company that just wants what's best for themselves. That's it. Depending on if you're right-wing or left-wing, that's how we criticize you, and that's how we defend you. If you're left-wing and you get banned, this is horrible. You're totally in the right, man, and you don't have to apologize. When Hassan does the same thing, he's making a statement. When Asmongold does it, he's whiny. He's whiny. Even though Hassan complained about it. Look at this. Let's play.
But that's it. Like, then he moves on. He doesn't make a 12-minute whiny-ass, bitchy-ass complaining video.
No, he doesn't make a 12-minute long whiny complaining video. He makes a 20-minute long complaining whiny video.
That's more like a half an hour. Holy shit, 26 minutes? Oh god, okay. Like... And I bet Hassan's more filled with, swearing and complaining and being like, oh, the stupid fucking system, this is retarded, blah, 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 blah. Versus Aswin's was more like deconstructing and actually showing examples with some, obviously some retardedness, some those kind of words there. There's a day and night difference. There's a little bit of a day and night difference. Also, what are we at? 1759? Okay, I want to point out, I noticed this here with... the guy, okay, I might have to do a frame by frame, but his shirt says, he was kind of sitting up there for a second, and you can actually read his shirt a little better. Here we go. Here we go. I called him a slur earlier, and apparently I was on the dot. Wow, imagine my shot. Physiognomy actually works out, doesn't it? Why be bipartisan when you can be bi-partisan? He totally takes it up the ass. He is the one taking it up the ass. Anyways, 1759 is where I paused it there.
Complainy, whiny video.
They're silencing me. No. Look at me right now. I'm so silenced. No.
It's justified when we do it. That's literally all the arguments are at the end of the day. It's justified when we do these things. When you do it, it's bad, and I'm gonna mock you for it because you're right-wing. Not because I have a problem with the same behavior that we do, it's just because I disagree with you. I hate this. It's so disgusting. I would despise this behavior a lot less if you're at least transparent. If you're just saying, I don't have a problem when people do these bad things because they're left-wing, because I agree with them. Be honest, just say that. Golly, this is disgusting.
About like what a silenced little boy he is. Look at me. Oh, I'm so oppressed. Shut the fuck up. No, you're.
Yeah, Hassan, you're not oppressed. You're just pathetic when you complain. Say that, man. Say it. Come on, you believe it, right? Don't you actually believe this?
Say the C word again. I feel like that's basically blown over. I don't think they're actually going to like get me for that. Maybe they will. Who knows? But at least my main platform's YouTube anyway.
It has to be.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Just because you're white doesn't mean that you can do anti-white racism. Same with a black person. Just because they're black doesn't mean they can do black racism. Here's his view, because I know he's going to stop me here and he's going to say you can't be racist towards white people because of systemic racism. In order to be racist towards white people, you need prejudice plus power.
Ugh.
That's a fucking lie, though, because not even sociologists teach that. There are different types of racism. There's interpersonal racism, and there's internalized racism, and there's systemic racism. I think there's even more racism out there. In many instances, it is accurate. You can look out throughout history at different points of time and say, hey, we can look at this through the lens of groups, of people, of systems. That's accurate. Can you do that today? No, I don't think you can do that today in America and say that minorities are facing systemic racism. And the way we know—
Well, I mean, we can, technically. It's just that minorities are white. Because white people are about 8% of the world global population. And they have been actively discriminated over the past 20 plus some years now. From college degrees, jobs, loans as well. Recently came out, like, one of the good things Trump has done, by the way, one of the good things Trump has done is unveiling that under the Biden administration, there was a strong anti-Christian bias there, and where they purposely denied people loans and assistance because they were Christian, and actually target them and arrest them because they were Christian as well. Which I know is not exactly being white, but Christianity in America is mainly a white religion here. So there's definitely some overlap as well. And there's definitely strong anti-white bias and everything. I mean, what do you think DEI means? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. The whole thing is supposed to be anti-white. Purely the brown, the blacks, and the women to rise up against the white men. And it still is in power to this day. They just replaced DEI with bridge instead. And there's been various little leaks coming out where like, oh yeah, well, we still implement DEI, we just changed the name of it. We hired somebody else under a different title, and other things happening there. So there's still, these companies are still implementing it. There's still a reason why white men are extremely disenfranchised. Racism still exists today, and it is against minorities. The global minority, white people, specifically white men. That is the real problem at hand right now. In a perfect world, we could all be holding hands saying Kumbaya and racism wouldn't exist whatsoever. And we try to build that world under the Western liberal society, but this simply doesn't work because people are naturally racist. Every culture, every religion, every people have always been racist. There's still racism within Africa, where I've seen posts of light-skinned South Africans being racist to like Nigerians and other like darker skinned ones, and comparing them to various forms of monkeys, which is wild to see. Absolutely wild to see. But it's true. I mean, even the Asians still hate each other. The Japs and the Chinese hate each other a ton. Right now, there's apparently some like international conflict that's happening, which is hurting the gacha games, which is how I know about it. Right? Like racism will always exist. You can never actually eradicate it. It is natural, and it's kind of actually okay. But the problem is when it's actually done to its own people in its own country. In this case, America. It's purposely being done to the actual civilians and constituents of America itself. We can't actually have a perfect race, blind society. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there racism or is there race? No, it's just race. It's just race. But once again, Remnant's trying to appeal to the normie here, so keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Because, these are good principles and morals to appeal to normies. And point out this Alex guy, or Alec? Alec or Alex? Hypocrisy.
No, that's true. Is look at the end results. They're not doing as well and everything. And here's the thing. The idea that if you're a minority, you can't be racist, that's bullshit. If a black person said that he hated black people, what would they say? He has internalized racism. I guess you can be racist in one way or another if you're black without that power. And what about just racism in general? Just isolated instances. If a black man calls a white person a slur, is that racist? If you're a retard, you're going to say no. The reality is, according to these people, yes. There's interpersonal racism. It's an isolated instance. Systemic racism wasn't even designed to
I realized I called him Revenant. I meant Remnant. Sorry. There's a Twitter account called Revenant that I follow that I like a lot. And he doesn't make YouTube videos. But Remnant and Revenant kind of sound the same. My apologies, Remnant. My apologies. I know they're two different fucking words and two different people. But counterpoint. I'm retarded.
Replace the concept of racism altogether and to hijack it. No, it was just another category. That's what it was at the end of the day. These people, according to their own worldview, are retarded. It falls apart because if systemic racism was the only type of racism to exist, you could go to China and call a Chinese person a slur. In China, there aren't like prejudices against Chinese people, and Chinese people have the power in China. Therefore, can a white person be racist going into China and calling a Chinese person a slur? Technically speaking, not if there's only systemic racism, if that's how you're looking at these things. But there are different types of racism. And Alec Gunter, you are racist towards white people. And I don't care that you're saying, oh, I'm white, and I don't get offended by it. It doesn't matter. If a black person said the exact same thing, he's fine with racism towards black people, you would say, go yourself.
Because it's certainly not because what I'm saying is against the terms of service. I looked at the terms of service. Yes, using nationality is a protected group, but I was not talking about them being disregarded because of nationality. I was talking about...
You said third world? Okay, explain.
Being disregarded because of the fact that they're watching literal AI-generated videos and then believing a false narrative.
No, but you put that onto all third worlders. Okay? You literally said third worlders.
You're fine when Son says the exact same thing about dumb Americans because you identify as a dumb American. That doesn't excuse the behavior. It's wrong if it's wrong. It doesn't matter who's saying it or who's doing it if you actually believe these things. But you don't. You only care about who's doing it to who.
Which is not only one country, it's a specific group of countries that have been... Okay? Like, this is not comparable. I'm sorry. You're not special.
And the video's context was about, would you rather be having likes on Twitter or having your entire Navy not destroyed?
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Jeez, guys, I wonder. And so anyway, this is what's happened, is that I have been suspended for an entire week.
It's just insulting. Like, we bomb a... school in Iran. Listen to this. Like, this is after we've bombed a school there and killed like 170. This is the commentary.
Think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Like, that's disgusting. Like,
Here's my take. The people who advocate for violence, they should be banned. Now, I know what Alec Gunter's gonna say, though. He's gonna say, well, what about Asmongold? He's advocating for a war across the world. Both sides do that. And I think there should be discussion on whether it is advantageous for America to go to war or not. I'm not in favor of war, but that shouldn't be a bannable offense.
no, people have died. We've killed innocent people over there. Countless lives have just been destroyed over this shit. Destroyed. Never to be the same, okay? Man,
Jeez, guys, I wonder. And so anyway...
I'm gonna drop something on you guys real quick. I'm gonna drop something heavy on you
Drop
guys.
something.
You know, you remember when like I had that? I call it a spiritual awakening. Like a little under a year ago, and like I was a little manic for a while, and I did this radical empathy thing. Right? I still abide by that, although I do think I want to change the name to critical empathy. I can't remember who said that. I think it was on the Majority Report. Critical empathy. I like that a lot better. But anyway, I digress. I was so like hopeful for humanity for a little bit. Like I had this awakening where I'm like, oh my god, humans can be good. We can make this.
We actually talked about this in private because after like he apologized to me, I accepted it because I thought it was sincere, and I still do think it's sincere. But I remember telling him, and I think I even told this to him on his channel, I don't think you can just have a nice little peaceful world where everybody gets along who fucking disagrees with themselves. I don't think that's possible, especially given that you would have to force other people to give up their worldviews that evil exists at all.
Work if we just get a
Well, yeah, that is literally impossible. Which is why communism doesn't work. Because you have to strip everything that makes everyone unique. To make sure everyone is quote unquote equal. In a way for it to so-called function, but that's impossible. You can strip their wealth away, but you can't strip the fact that one person's better at machinery and another person's good at English and would be better off a teacher. If you try to make the English teacher go into machinery and then the guy who's good with machines go to be an English teacher, and then you have dumb fucking students, which I guess is kind of the goal of the state, and you have broken machines. Like, because they're not equal. They have different skills. They have different abilities there. You can't actually make people equal. And in the case of opinions, same thing. Like, you're going to get people to agree on a lot of stuff, but there's going to be some aspects where you disagree with. Some of it might be minute details. Other of it might be one big issue in particular. Like, you literally cannot make people equal. You can cut their hands and arms off. Arms and legs off there. But you can't change what's in their mind. You have to lobotomize them. And even then, seeing how strong people's IQs are in some cases, and how dumb other people are, if you lobotomize them, you might make the high IQ person become just as smart as the really dumb person, and the dumb person just a walking potato. Like, that, actually, they're not even walking potato because you cut their legs off. Like, but still the person with the high IQ has been lobotomized is still going to be slightly smarter than the walking or the rolling potato. Because so you're never going to actually get the true equality there. No matter what you do, you cannot hold hands and sing Kumbaya. You cannot get everyone to have the same opinion. It's literally impossible here. So, This guy has his idealized, fantastical opinion for how the world works, and it's just not applicable. Not applicable whatsoever.
long and like, you know, like basically sing Kumbaya, but in all seriousness, like behave as though we are siblings and the Earth is our planet and we just get along and do what we need to do for each other and for ourselves. I think that world is still possible. I do. But man, when I say possible, I do mean like that. You know what I mean?
It's not
like
possible.
Every day I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe this universe was meant for something greater than us, you know, disgusting, fragile humans who just could not keep it together enough to persist.
I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a shithole in these countries? And by the way, these are shit.
Wow, not racist at all.
Many of these countries are shit.
Same guy was criticizing Asmon for his looks and how dirty his room is. That's basically calling Asmon living like in a shithole. Just saying. Which, by the way, room doesn't actually look that bad. And whatever this plushie is in the background, the orange and pink one, fucking adorable, and I want it. I've been holding back this entire video from saying it, but the woman is activating in me. Anyways.
It's very funny. It reminds me of Haiti. Everybody's like, Haiti's not a shithole. That's offensive to say. Haiti's not a shithole country. Unless you're getting deported to Haiti, then the country is so
I saw that.
it is practically a death sentence to these immigrants, according to Democrat officials.
And don't let anybody
We could talk about why that is. You know, I'm no, like, savant when it comes to why these countries are the way they are, but I would venture a guess it's not the—
It doesn't matter. They're still shitholes, and you're getting offended over that. That's like me saying, you know, you called a person violent. That's horrible. Why'd you call a person violent? You shouldn't be able to do that. Also, we can ask and discuss why he's violent. Like, what? You can't just condemn saying something and then go into detail and acknowledge 5 seconds later, we can talk about why this thing you're saying is actually true that I just criticized you and attacked you for. Like, what? Guys, what's going on here?
People there.
Okay. I know we have 8 minutes left in the video, but I've been trying not to pee for a long time now, and it's getting to the point where it's hard to listen when I'm sitting here being like, okay, when's the video going to end? When's the video going to end? So, I'm going to take a quick piss break. I'll be back in 2 minutes or less. We continue the video. My apologies. VRB. Okay. Audio chat. Sorry about that. Sorry. I tried to finish the video, but I saw I still had like 8 minutes left or whatever it was, and I'm just like, So 8 times 2 is 16. Ooh. I don't know if I can make it. And that's even if it's 16 minutes. Depends on how much I keep on yapping and pausing and shit. Anyways, continue on.
Fault, okay? Usually it falls back to America or Britain.
America, yeah, because like that's why Ethiopia is so terrible right now. It's because we colonized Ethiopia. Oh wait, we didn't, and now it's one of the worst countries in Africa that nobody wants to live in.
I'm just pointing that out.
You or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault. No, it's not. The ones that America has invaded are shitholes. The ones that America hasn't.
He literally said
he cut him off. He didn't let him finish, but he's absolutely right. W for Asmongold here. Yes, You can't blame America for everything. Western nations are evil and destroy everything. No, we wouldn't have Wakanda if the British Empire didn't go down to Africa.
Much worse things than this. I'm telling you, once this all turns back around, and it will, okay, just give it some time. Once this all turns back around, he's gone. Like, Twitch is gonna boot his ass.
And by the way,
this is what I fucking mean when I say with power earlier, and he's just outright admitting it. I know he's, I don't want to say nobody, right? Because I don't know who he is personally myself, but like, there's a lot of people I don't know out there, and apparently he's got the beef with Remnant as well, so I get, no, I'm not gonna call him a nobody. But you see this across the board with almost all leftists, is that they keep on saying when they get back in power, right, when they have control, Asmon's gonna be gone. Or they're going to arrest Trump and throw him, and because he's got the 70-some counts on for the federal, charges against him, that kind of deal that they try to frame him with. Or, XYZ. That they're going to be going after everyone they disagree with who has voted for Trump or supported him in some way, shape, or form in the past, 10 years. They keep on outright just admitting this, and this is what I mean when I say with power. They only care about power, and it's blatantly obvious they do. They just say it, and the right needs to do something about it, because the right can be like, we can't, they're just being mean. They don't mean what they actually say. They're just trying to act tough because they're sore losers. No! I mean, they are sore losers. But they mean every single word that they just said there, and you should be wary, and you should try to do something to stop this from happening. But I'm a random woman on the internet, so I can't.
I guarantee if Alec Gunter watches this video, he's going to be like, that's racist. What you're saying is racist, Remnant. I don't care what you call racist. I don't care.
Rebuttal what I say on the basis of if I'm factually correct or not.
And he's going to have nobody to turn to. At least I hope that happens. Actually, honestly, it could also be the case that Twitch just turns a blind eye. Now that I think about it, honestly, maybe they won't. Who knows anymore? But if he does get banned permanently, that would be so funny. Like, once the political apparatus shifts back around.
Invaded, or Britain hasn't invaded. They're
exactly what
shitholes
I'm
too.
saying.
They're shitholes because the people made them shitholes. And whenever I talk about...
See, there it is. Yeah, their people made them shitholes. Yeah. Not racist, though.
You're not rebuttaling whether he's wrong, though. You're just calling it racist. People don't care what you call racist anymore, Alec Gunter. Prove and demonstrate he's wrong. We don't give a about your moral grandstanding anymore by calling everything racist that the right does, while excusing Hassan, who's openly anti-white.
Talking about an ideology, and that ideology is the idea that disrespect should be met with violence, the idea that, crime, dysfunction, discord, and chaos in society should be expected. They're part and parcel of living in a modern city, and having people,
Who has this ideology that you speak of? The leftists always talk about how we should minimize
the people in the third world. That's who he's saying has this ideology.
Well, also leftists too. What's his name? Seth Rogen, I think. Was it Seth Rogen? I think it was. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably wrong. But yeah, there was the famous leftist who tweeted out years ago this is still on Jack Dorsey's Twitter, that crime is just part and parcel of living in a big city. That's what Asmongold was referencing there. And it was Seth Rogen? Okay. Okay, glad surprised I remember that correctly. Anyways, because he got his car broke into for the 4th time. It was a ridiculous amount of times his car's been broken into. And he was complaining about another day, my car got broken into again. It's the 5th time, whatever. And people were like, the 5th time? Well, what do you mean? And once again, it might not be the 5th time, but it was more than once apparently. And keep in mind, this is Seth Rogen, a famous actor, voice actor, who should have a shit ton of money and should be living in a nice area, right? And he just living a crime is just part and parcel of living in a big city. No, it's not. It's not. No, this wasn't normal 20 years ago. Definitely wasn't normal 40, 60 years ago. It's only been more recently. It's been so rampant these days. It's all because of demographic change, and you're just refusing to address it because you yourself are a leftist and also a tiny hat, so, you know, you actually support these policies and benefit from them. Mine's the fact your car gets broken into. Like, it's not normal. Like, we didn't have these problems, and my dad's a literal boomer, and I'm a literal zoomer, so there's a massive age gap between us. So it's a little bit unfair for me to say my dad's generation, but regardless, the point still stands. The boomers didn't have to deal with this when they were growing up. You could leave your car parked out on the side of the road, and it wouldn't get stolen or wouldn't get broken into. The only times that would happen would be in, like, the worst of the worst, like the ghettos. And once again, those usually had interesting demographics there, especially in the South. And as they move further towards the North, and we've invited more people in from the rest of the world, it's gotten significantly worse. It's not part and parcel of a Western white society. It is part and parcel of a third world shithole society where these people fucking come from. And so that is a leftist that has exactly said this. So technically both Remnant and this Alec guy is wrong. Alec is wrong that leftists are actually saying this. And Remnant is wrong with saying this is just a shithole. It's only the shithole countries because technically leftists are promoting this. So, but it is the promotion of this from the third world that's doing it. So Remnant's not completely wrong. Maybe be a little bit pedantic. But, like, it's a horrible virus that they have in their brain to justify this because they don't want to admit what's actually causing the problem because they want to live in their ivory towers, even if their ivory towers are literally being destroyed as they speak.
Which is true. Not all civilizations around the world, nations around the world, have the same values as we do. A lot of them do just flat out respect power more. That's how it works.
That you speak of. The leftists always talk about how we should minimize the conditions that lead to crime, like homelessness. What do you talk about again? Oh yeah, disgusting third worlders, whose opinions you don't care about. Be so for real, man.
And you don't care about the opinions of many stupid Americans, you said, or you're fine with people having that opinion. What's wrong with me saying I don't care about what you call racist because you're a stupid American? I don't identify as a stupid American, Alec Gunter. I don't. So I don't fall in that category. You know, you put yourself in that category and you said it's fine for people not to listen to you. I don't care about any of those criticisms. What about that?
Say certain things because they might offend people or they'll make them mad.
He has some deep connections, most likely. It's called he makes them a lot of money. That's it. He makes them a lot of money. And so they're super hesitant to ban him because he makes them a ton of money.
Here's the thing. How much money do you actually think a single member really makes, people? Twitch makes how many billions? Let me think. Let me look over here. 1.8 billion in revenue. According to Google AI, because that's very a trustworthy source. I don't think they're not banning him because he makes them money. That's a retarded take.
Ironically, it kind of works the same way with Hassan. Hassan makes them a ton of money. And that's why, you know, that's why Hassan can sometimes get away with saying a lot of shit that, like, wouldn't be aired on.
You're not addressing the bigger issue, though. You're not addressing how they literally, like, throw him a birthday party and the staff loves him. I'm pretty sure one of the staff members was gooning after him. Like, she has the hots for him and everything.
Yes, a liberal mind in that MAGA body, Hassan Piker, delicious. Ignoring the fact that he's got a really tiny head compared to the rest of his body thanks to the HRT that he's on. Because yes, he does take hormone replacement therapy. Testosterone, mind you, but this guy is what, 30? And he has to take HRT because of how many steroids he's done in his life? Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Anyways, this is besides the point. Dan Clancy's like best friends with him. The amount of times Dan Clancy's been on his stream and helped them out and actually gotten involved with Hassan, insane. Absolutely insane. You're never going to see that with Asmongold. Never going to see that with Asmongold. Like, there's definitely an incentive for Twitch to keep him alive. That's why they're handling him with kid gloves. But there's a difference between, you know, being gentler with him than giving full-on birthday parties, staff hanging out with him, BFFs with Dan Clancy, all these other various things, all these benefits, right? All the massive amount of benefits that Hassan Piker gets. Night and day difference. Night and day difference.
love him. It's not money. It's not about how much money and donations is Hassan making us. That's not how these companies think. They can ban people willy-nilly. It's about having connections with the people personally.
On the news, you know, he advocates directly against Jeff Bezos, but Jeff Bezos doesn't see that as enough of a threat to him compared to the money that Hassan makes him, so he keeps Hassan on.
These are baseless assumptions. What's your evidence for this? Like, golly, what are we doing? What are we talking about here?
You know, but also, like, it would be a super bad look just to ban Hassan for saying Jeff Bezos sucks. Like, that's also the calculation. My point being, especially with it works the other, I think that's a better example. With him, it works the other way around with Hassan. He can be anti all he wants, and they won't ban him.
The idea that getting angry about something is a justification.
Probably because Jeff Bezos gets more money from Hassan than he does from Israel.
To break the law. This is what I'm really talking about with third worldism. Things that the Greek Senate, or the Greeks, the Romans, we figured this out in Western society, in Western culture. We've realized
he's just a white supremacist now.
You're a black supremacist. Where's our evidence for these claims we're making? He's a white supremacist. There are plenty of people who are in Western nations that aren't white. Like, what do you mean?
He's just a white supremacist. The Greeks were not white, by the way, right? Like, I'm...
Remnant. The Nons are actually making the Western nations actively worse. I'm just gonna throw that out there. You import the third world, you become the third world. But I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to defend Asmongold here, because Asmongold's talking about the third world specifically, the people living in the third world right now in this moment. But the people coming from the third world to the Western world is what making the Western world worse. Yeah. Anyways.
90% sure that, like, the Greeks were not white. Like, they don't even have a concept of whiteness back then. That I know for a fact. Like, there was no white, black, brown, whatever. There were different skin colors and people recognized those, but I think our concept of whiteness today is I know for a fact, it's way different than it ever was back then.
Okay, so then I guess that really throws the idea out of the waters that the Egyptians were black. Black people don't have any history, according to Alec Gunter. Racism, from your perspective, is just a made-up social construct. The main objection, the main problem I have, is there's no consistency to how you uphold your...
And, okay, so this Alex dude does have sort of kind of a point, but it's not from the racial lens. It's from the ethnic lens, more specifically the cultural lens, because the French and the Germans are white, but the Frenchies are completely different than the Germans, both their language, their culture, how they act, they even look different too. And that's because back in the day, they didn't have trains and cars and planes. And so keeping even though Germany and France are right next door from each other, and they're actually not that far away in the modern age, going from the local village in southern France to northern France was quite a few days on horseback there. And so the time that takes to travel and carry information, and therefore, integrate and actually mix with other people, mixing cultures and sharing the different things that happen throughout civilization, human history, took a lot fucking longer, a lot longer for that kind of microevolution to kind of occur there. Hence why the French and the Germans are so different from each other, and they've had such conflicts for so long. Or like the English and the French is a classic example of them constantly being at war with each other until the past 100 years, right? Because they banded together for the world wars, but before that they were constantly at each other's throats. But there still was this racial understanding that whites were different than the Africans or the Chinese. They still had higher respect for each other than they did for these third world countries. That's why each and every one of them could participate in colonialism to, in some part of the world, whether that be India or China or South America or nowadays modern America. So there's a little bit in truth what he's saying, but not from the racial lens. It's from the ethnic cultural lens instead. That's the difference, and that's where a lot of Europeans even struggle to this day to understand, because they don't see each other as whites. They see each other as German and French and Swedish and English, right? They don't see each other as white. Versus us Americans, since we have a nice melting pot here, we do see each other as white because we are descendants of Europeans who have come together and built a society. And even though our origins are different, we have created our own culture as just Americans, and so therefore we are whites, and we're just white Americans here. And so hence why things have kind of changed. There's also this push, and I'm part of the push myself too, for us to have a white identity. Yes, Americans are different from the French, and obviously the French are different from the Germans, but because we are white and because we're being invaded by the Third World Horde, we do need to band together for a temporary amount of time, because it is a war. It's a literal war. You have foreign fighting age males coming in and raping our women, okay? It literally is a war coming in, and we need to work together to kick them out. And then once they're all gone, we can go back on our separate ways and carry on. But we need to understand this: we're being targeted because we are white, not because we're American, not because we're French, but because we simply are white, and that's it. But that's a more modern thing, because that wasn't a problem 100 years ago. It was a problem 200 years ago. The problems a few hundred years ago was, oh, the Germans are getting uppity again. I want to have another Reich. Okay, we gotta smack them down. Oh, the English are, taking over my colonies. Okay, well, us Frenchies, we must get the red flag out instead of the white flag out this time. Like, there's that was the differences then.
Principles. You don't have a problem with any sort of behavior. The only problem you have is where it comes from, the right or the left. That's it. And that, frankly, is disgusting. And that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed watching it, and thank you so much to everybody who's supporting me on Patreon. Trust me, I'm really working on getting the Patreon videos out there. I thought I was gonna have a Patreon video out for you by the time I released this video, but a hiccup happened. I'm really trying though. We're really close. But that's all. I hope you have a good one.
Oops. Exit out of the video. Exit out of the video. There we go. There we go. Well, I think that was a pretty good vid. I think it's a pretty good vid. Dream did have a nice recommendation here. Here is the link to the video. Make sure you check it out, give it a like, watch, a few minutes of it, or whatever the case is. Make sure he gets the view, because at the end of the day, this is just React Slappa. It's Reactception Slappa of sorts, because you got me reacting to Remnant, reacting to this Alex guy who's also reacting to Son, and yeah. So anyway, there. Well, but I mean, no, I think he deconstructed from the more normie take. Obviously, he was able to deconstruct the hypocrisy of a leftist. Once again, I don't know who this Alex guy is. Don't harass the Alex guy. Don't harass a Remnant either for the more normie safe takes. I'm not sure if he's actually trying to appeal to normies or actually believes it himself. Regardless of the cases, they are a little bit more normie safe overall. But I think he did a good job deconstructing it. He's much more eloquent and nicer about it than I am, that's for sure. What is that recommended on the right? What? Are you talking about America's Next Day? I don't know. I didn't even watch the video. I didn't fucking watch the video. I don't know why it says I have watched the video. But apparently I have. Maybe in my sleep, I guess. It is Sam Hyde, right? There. I aborted my only chance. Huh? Feminist regrets abortion at 23 after becoming infertile? Oh. Sounds, I mean, to me sounds like a typical effect. Well, I should say typical, but it is a risk of abortion that nobody wants to talk about. Not even people on the right talk about this for some reason. I know it's kind of rare for this to technically to occur, so maybe that's why. But if you do have too many abortions, or hell, even one abortion is enough to further risk this, but you can make yourself infertile. You can't ruin your chances for having children completely after having an abortion. Not exactly a procedure I recommend. I'll listen to By God, We'll Have Her Home Again. You'll love it, guaranteed. I know Sleepy was asking for that earlier. And he DM'd me it. Okay, sure. Sure, why not? This is kind of a all over the place reacts kind of slappa stream. Like I had like a bunch of like random topics we could talk about too. Like it really is just the classic just chatting, do whatever stream, which is very unusual for me because usually I like anally pick out topics that are like decent sized. And like and just yap about that kind of stuff, but we're just kind of going over the place. I kind of like it. I kind of like it, but it also makes me kind of anxious too, because I'm just like I don't have control. I need control. I need power. Oh, let's see. Well, the Patriot in front we're not connected with SPLC, so I'm sure it's safe and fine. And please don't let this be copyrighted. Once again, YouTube Bros, if a section of the VOD's cut out, copyright music once again. Good intro so far. I like the piano.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have
this is really good.
my blood or sweat will get there yet. My God, we'll have our
Oh my God.
in our own towns. We're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. My blood or sweat will get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. My blood or sweat will get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. My blood or sweat will get there yet. My God, we'll have our home.
Well, the audio quality wasn't exactly the best, but besides that, it's a sad song. It's a really sad song. Like, I was going to, and the intro is really good. And one of my favorite things, so okay, not to oust myself here for a second, but I guess I'll do this, right? I'll be vulnerable for a second. I have I love songs that have a darker side to them. Like, you can actually hear the sadness within them, even if the lyrics themselves aren't particularly depressing in itself. I don't know the proper music term for this kind of stuff, but there is whatever key notes that they use to kind of add that vibe to it. I love songs like it because I love depressing songs in general. There, and it definitely has that darker undertone to go with it. But then once it started getting to the whole where is it at? In our towns where foreigners now our names were spat and cursed. And it's like then none of the lyrics are actually matching it. Quite and actually like very poignantly here to go with it. And that just makes it hurt a lot more. Well, it hurt a lot more here. And melancholy, yeah, I love melancholy stuff. Like myself. That's most of the music I listen to is some sort of version of that. I would probably say. So it's not. I think it's a decent. I think it's a pretty good song. Like, I don't know what to think about the Patriot front. I'll be completely honest. Like, I don't know what to think about them because I am wary of any organization that has khakis and masks and hats on. And then I know they need to hide their identity because for obvious reasons, but the government's going to go after them. So I'm not really criticizing them for that. And I kind of get why there's a uniform because uniforms are good, especially for morale and service. But there's been so many Fed psyops throughout the years. It's hard to tell who is genuine and not. And usually the safe thing is to just assume it's Feds, right? Just assume it's Feds to save yourself, right? In that case, because and not get involved because who knows, the SPLC might be funding this too. Which in this case it's not because it wasn't part of the indictment. But the point remains there that there's still possibly some shady stuff happening. The other problem with that mentality, though, is the fact that we'll never actually have a united pro-white movement then. And that is the unfortunate part. If you think every single pro-white movement that advocates for America to be a white country, to deport all the foreigners, illegal and legal, you're never gonna be able to get that organized movement then. Like, because you're gonna constantly think that they're Feds, which to be fair, every single one will probably actually be infiltrated by Feds. So it's a catch-22. Like, how are we gonna be able to solve these problems if we can't actually have an organized unit, right? A group where we can actually band together as white people to work together to actually solve these problems if we're so worried about them being infiltrated by Feds. Or thinking that they're Feds. Like, it's there's no proper way to solve this problem then. And in my personal opinion, like, obviously we can do stuff online, and there's definitely some sort of, like, movements happening kind of there, but lots of it's disjointed. It's mostly just anons talking and pushing the narrative, which is still a good thing, and they still should do. But I mean, I guess you can maybe make the argument that we don't need a group. But unionizing is a good way to actually get stuff done and adds and boost the morale. Which, by the way, this is a horrible song to boost morale in my personal opinion. It's too dark. It's got those minor keys or whatever somebody else mentioned earlier in chat. With it, it's too depressing in my eyes to make this actually a patriotic, motivational song, because I listen to it, just makes me depressed. But I think, I don't know, banding together is really important, and doing it online obviously has a benefit of a beneficial thing to society, and we can literally see it in real time. But people need real life human interaction, actually talking to a real person face to face. And to actually, you know, revitalize them. And we're never going to get that if everything's just purely online. If there were feds to be calling for violence? I don't know. And if anything, that could be a new fed tactic. And being like, oh, you know, we're not calling for violence. I don't know. It's hard to judge. It's really hard to judge. Rhodesia Never Dies is much more upbeat. I'll be honest, I haven't actually listened to that one, but I've heard it's good. I'll never support getting rid of somebody who came here the right way. You do realize that technically Zora Mamdani, now the mayor of New York City, a foreigner, has come in here the right way, right? Or that Maria Salva something fuck in Florida, who's pushing the amnesty bill, also came in the right way. She's anchor baby, but that's technically legal. You do realize that people who have come in technically the right way and who are here legally are the ones causing the most amount of problems, right? Like, they're the worst of the worst. And then the hell, like I mentioned earlier, the judge, the federal judge, is apologizing to the Trump's possible, well, would-be assassin from the Correspondence Center. Well, a foreigner. Like, he's legally here. He's a federal fucking judge. He's a Pakistani American. Got the hyphenated American. The legals are the problem. 100%. More than the illegals, actually, I would say. Probably everyone feds only benefits the feds. That's also true. See, that's once again where the problem lies. And frankly, I do not trust myself. And I don't trust my own judgment. I don't trust. I don't know enough like information to really judge this stuff, because I don't want to advocate for something that turns out to be a FUD fucking group, right? Like, I'd rather not be involved with that personally. I listen, I know I'm a Assad agent and all that fun stuff, but I don't mean like literally. It's hard to judge. It's hard to judge. So I would say just don't listen to the dumb woman on the internet. Do your own research, and if you want to support them, good for you. If you don't want to support them, then they're feds, okay, fine. Because I personally do not know enough to really judge, because Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $2 dues. Thank you. Sacrifice by Hiraith. I've never heard of that song, I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit nervous playing two songs now on stream. The first one's probably more likely to be demonetized than this one, but we should probably avoid playing songs on stream. This is not Twitch after all. And then thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $5 dues. Thank you. Top 5 RWDS songs? RWDS? Can you explain the acronym for me, because I'm retarded, please? There? I beg you? Acronyms and me don't exactly go along very well. Especially on the spot. I don't think these nationalist songs are copyrighted, to be fair. Probably not. Chad, do you know about right-wing death squad / Blink 1488? No, I do not. I do not. Whatsoever. There. Jamal, we can't say that on YouTube. I mean, fair enough. I probably shouldn't have said that there, but ignorance, okay? I know about Blink 182. You know, I don't really listen to them that much, but their self-titled album is great, talking about depressing songs and how I like them. Self-titled from Blink 182. Great album. The rest of their albums are mostly just joke songs and parodies and fun things, so, you know, not exactly like it's quintessential Blink 182 coming from there. Yeah. Anyway, since we're already being spicy here, we might as well get on to the next React Slappa video that I had up in the chamber. It's a much shorter one this time. I'm trying to get the backlog for React vids for this week out the door right now, since we're kind of all over the place. But I did have other news, but this is a short video, so if we have time after the video, then we can get into like the other stuff I had. But yeah, math fatigue. Why is per capita impossible for them? I kind of wondered if I should have saved this for like a Rumble only stream. Because I don't know anything that's going into this video other than it's gonna be about chocolatiers and it's about pure capita, right? Right? But I said fuck it. Why not?
Is it the Jews?
Oh, but hold on. We got Mossad call. Okay, they didn't like the fact that I called Patriot Front possible feds, but I'm not exactly sure because I can't tell. Oh. Thank you, Shadilay. Oh shit, for the $25 dues. Thank you, guy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Though not exactly anymore. By God, we'll have our pizzeria again. Financial fit. Fine. My cat tore off the paper that I had. Let me go grab it. Ow. Oh fuck. Hold on. My tiny fucking T-Rex hands can't reach on the floor. Okay, there we go. I will add your 25 shekels to Finance at Freddy's so we can have our pizzeria again. By God. There's feds in every white national group. See, that's my biggest fear. But, well, I've already spent like 10 minutes explaining that, so I'm not gonna repeat myself. Alright, I'm not gonna loop. I'm not going to rewind there. But yeah. Okay. What was it doing? Oh, React Slappa. Okay. Is it slop? Is it peak? No, that's the real question that helps me sleep better at night.
Let me ask you a question. There are 2 bags of apples.
So I'm sorry to pause 2 seconds in, but knowing this is going to be about the chocolatiers, and he said, "Let me ask you a question." I thought, wait, did he meant to say? Did he say ask you a question? I didn't really hear that, but I just immediately assumed ask a question, cause haha, funny racist trope. And yeah, I have a one-track mind going on right now. Anyway, let me restart the video because I literally paused it 2 seconds in.
Let me ask you a question. There are 2 bags of apples. Bag A has 1,000 apples, 20 of which are poisoned. Bag B has 10 apples, 2 of which are poisoned. Gun to your head, you're forced to eat 1 apple. From which bag are you choosing?
1,000.
If you chose bag B, congratulations. Your ancestors somehow dodged every form of natural selection since the start of our species. The concept I've just illustrated is per capita, literally meaning per person, or in this case per apple. A very useful tool which allows us to look beyond just raw numbers and actually see what this means for people in practice. The fact that there are 20 poisoned apples in bag A does not mean your chances of being poisoned are higher. Likewise, just because your country's raw GDP is higher doesn't mean your average citizen is richer than in a country with lower GDP. Unfortunately, this 5th grade math tool seems to be too difficult for some. Here's an example.
Listen. Everybody always talk about per capita. I know what per capita is. But in my opinion, per capita is irrelevant. Let me explain why. Even go into the EBT situation. 37% of white Americans are on EBT, while 25% of black Americans are on EBT. Now, with that being said, 37% of white America.
I'm not sure exactly. I'm gonna put the numbers up.
Versus 25% of black America. That's around 10 million. Disregarding per capita, white Americans would be affected more if EBT was cut off. White America benefits off of EBT more.
He's doing the meme. He's straight up doing the meme. He says that he understands per capita, but he's literally doing the meme where he doesn't actually understand per capita. Like. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, listen. Am I racist? Or am I race realist? I'm just saying. And as he mentions here, yes, he completely screwed up the statistics in his own argument. He confused percentage of EBT recipients with percentage of whites on EBT. Now, this is why per capita matters. Oh my god.
More white people are on EBT.
There are 3 possible explanations for this phenomenon. Option 1. Intellectual limitation. Per capita is not hard, but it does require one layer of abstraction. If their intuition is insufficient and they have to calculate, it would require holding 2 different numbers, dividing them, and interpreting the outcome. This is just too much for some people, especially preschoolers. Now, as fun as
Me, because I'm retarded. Also, like and subscribe. That's correct. You should like and subscribe if you like the dumb woman yapping over smarter men's content. Then you should like and subscribe. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Would be for me to end the video here, just calling people stupid. That's not the full picture. Option 2, bias. Perhaps they are able to grasp per capita. They just don't want to in a given situation because it would undermine their argument. Now this option subdivides. Either the individual is fully aware that he's ignoring per capita and he's doing it out of malice to deceive his audience, or the individual is usually capable of grasping per capita, but when the raw numbers exist that seemingly confirm his preconceived notions, he doesn't think about it. In that case, it's still an intellectual limitation, just not as severe as being unable to understand per capita.
That's me. I'm the impulsive one. I love being a midwit. I'm not even joking. I literally am one. It's great.
Can test if someone is option 2. If someone uses per capita when it helps them, but calls it misleading when it doesn't, that's not confusion. That's selective reasoning.
Was that a spider?
Might I add another
No.
stat? White men make up 29% of American population, but commit 71% of the child, you know what, crime?
Hold on. I actually want to read the statistics here because I didn't do that earlier. Let's see. Oh, of course, has to be for over this. Okay. 45.8% of individuals sentenced for CP were sentenced for possessing CP. 43.1% for trafficking CP, and 11.1% for receiving CP. 99.1% were men. Not surprised. 71.2% were white, 18% were Hispanic, 6% were black, and 4.8% were other races. To this man, per capita is only relevant if he can use it to make other races look bad, and yes, he's misleading his audience. Still don't understand what per capita is. That doesn't like, yes, America's a mostly white nation. Obviously, there's going to be higher crime statistics for whites because it's mostly white. Even though we're only like 55%, we're still technically over the majority, right? We're still over halfway. We're still technically over halfway, right? Well, when you have a lower population amount, lower number, it means, and you have a high percentage, even 6% in this case, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. So we're going based off of that. But okay then. How many of them were Hispanic misidentified as white? That's also a good point. I mean, obviously there's a statistic for Hispanic there with 18%. But one thing that is a problem with statistics, racial statistics, is the fact that there are a lot of cases where Hispanics and Arabs are placed as whites. Even those Hispanic category, even those other races category, they still misidentify them as white on purpose to make the statistics not look as bad. And this has actually happened with black people. I mean, black people who are very obviously dark. This has happened with too. Just label as white. Just because. Helps soften the statistics there. And so the fact that statistics are as bad as they are, with that softening happening, it's already insane. But just imagine that didn't happen. The statistics for whites would be even lower, and the other ones for other races would be up a lot higher. And then, what a lot of people have forgotten is that under the Biden administration, these big cities, like in states in California and New York City, didn't have to report their crime statistics to the FBI. Because once again, more racism. So we also have misleading statistics there. It's great. Your hat size can change your race. Did you know that? True, if you wear a tiny hat and like the rubber hands. I like to say, oy vey. Well, it has a, you know, it could be a different kind of Skaven there.
Men make up 29% of the American population, but commit 71% of the child, you know what crime?
Option 3. They want to control for other variables. This is the only legitimate objection. Per capita doesn't explain why something happens. It just...
Per capita only informs how common something is in a population. If you want to figure out why it's more or less common, you need to control for more variables. I mean, true. That's where the racism kind of kicks in. But hey, that's me.
Tells you how common it is. A regular occurrence is wanting to control for poverty when analyzing crime disparities. Be wary though, there's a difference between we need more variables to understand this better, and per capita is useless unless it explains everything.
I want to actually read the text. Example, poverty and crime. Black populations are vastly overrepresented in U.S. crime compared to white populations. But when we control for poverty, that discrepancy shrinks a bit. What does this mean? Poverty is a factor for crime rates, but it's not the only factor. I mean, yes, but if you also control for other things too, you show that, which I know this is the example he's trying to make to prove this third point that he's making. But I'm just going to throw it out there just because, you know, I am racist. Wealthy blacks still commit more crime than poor whites. And black women still commit more crime than white males. Well, I should say, more felonies, I should say, in that case. But still. Just throwing out there.
Understand this better, and per capita is useless unless it explains everything. The simplest way to discover someone's actually raising a valid argument is if they actually go ahead and try to control for the variables they're citing and present their findings. And if they can explain why those variables are relevant. If they can't, and are just using those variables as excuses to disparage the per capita stat, then they're being dishonest.
Once again, I want to read the text. Honest per capita denier debate tactics. Start here. Identify relevant variables to control for. Present your findings. Go to left. Significant discrepancy still exists. Concede insufficiency of your explanation. Go to the right. Discrepancy extinguished. Good job. Now figure out what causes discrepancy in those variables. And then dishonest per capita denier debate tactics. Start here. Deny per capita because it doesn't address X variable. Is your opponent able to control your variable for you? Yes. Finding out a new variable to complain about. No. Per capita destroyed. You win. Yay! To be fair, I don't really actually see this happening, at least with the online discourse. It's usually just people straight up not actually understanding what per capita is whatsoever. And there's this one guy that he's showing on his video is doing kind of all of it. Like, I think it's the second option where he understands what it is, or at least pretending to, but is purposely trying to misidentify things to be a bit more malicious. Which I guess kind of leads into number 3, which is what we're doing right here. Kind of all combined.
Excuses to disparage the per capita stat, then they're being dishonest.
When I was a police officer, I noticed that white crime and poverty go together like black crime and poverty. The only difference is gang-related violence, which make black people go up another notch. Right.
Did you catch it? He brought up another variable and pulled a just trust me. We can pretty easily negate black gang violence. On screen are the actual stats.
Black population, total population 13%. Black murderers / total murderers 56%. Let's give you just murders, by the way. Just imagine the other crimes. Gang-related murders, total murders 9%. Gang-related murderers / total gang murderers 50%. Non-gang-related black murder / total murder 51.5%. And that's non-gang related black murder. Like, just imagine what it's like for just the random, like Arena Zaruska, right? They say he's schizophrenic. I mean, maybe he actually is, but that black guy just randomly killed her because he kept on saying he got that white girl. So seems to me like he tried to kill her because she was white. So that's not gang related. I guess this is not gang related. Black murder / total murder 51%. Oh, I misread that. Okay. Still basically proves what I was saying though. Like, that's non-gang related black murder / total murder being 51.5%. It's a big number. It's a big number. And then they have the gang. Oh my god, there's so much violence. There's so much fucking violence. No amount of poverty can just explain that away. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, the non-gang related black murder is actually higher than the gang related murder. I was hoping to turn this into a react slop video. I can't say what I want to say for this to turn into a react slop video. Because, there's only one way to actually handle this problem. And that's just to round them all up. Seriously, like, I know the statistic that, like, 1 in 3 black men are felons. Which is already a ridiculously high fucking statistic. Like, it's just, like, the leftists like to be like, if you see a black man on the street and you walk away from him, that's being racist. Well, yes, I don't want to be murdered. Just I mean, murder is actually going to be astronomically high. Here. And this just helps make things worse. 51.5% is non-gang related. The fact that, like, black gang murders are, okay, black murders and total murders is 56%. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're just violent. They're just violent here. I should have probably done this in the Rumble only stream like I originally kind of thought, but I was like, well, I've been doing a lot of, like, woman bashing videos recently, so it's like, let's do a little bit of shift away from that. Let's do a little shift away from that. There's a reason why woman bashing is easy content, because you can get away with calling women whores. It's a lot harder to get away with calling blacks violent animals on YouTube.
As you can see, white crime and black crime are not similar, even without gangs. For those of you who have been keeping up with the channel, you know that another YouTuber, Antonio Talks, and I have had a back and forth after he made a quote debunking of one of my videos, where he just showed his inability to interpret statistics, namely per capita. I don't really know which option Antonio falls under. It's definitely not option 3. If I had to guess, he falls under option 2, bias.
That's my guess
too. The strongest evidence for this was his strategic choice to cut out almost my entire response video in his rebuttal, starting to cut out.
Sorry, I want to read the text. My response video is 21 minutes long, and red are the sections that debunked Antonio's interpretation of statistics, green is where I prove he excellently agrees with me, blue is where I revealed Thomas well. That's... let's see. Oh, that's a decent chunk of the video right there between the red, green, and blue.
Out almost my entire response video in his rebuttal, starting exactly from where I start talking about statistics, which implies he knows he'd look bad if he showed.
Antonio's rebuttal is 19 minutes long and cuts out my entire video. What he does keep is mostly me watching his video, blatant lies on his audience, and hides his own feelings. Ah, okay, so we're getting back to the response videos of YouTube, because, like, back in the day, right? Back in the day, there were response videos where somebody would make a video and then somebody would make a response to it, and they would often just show clips of that video and their response. They didn't actually play the full video, right? It's not like a react videos like the modern age, right? What I'm doing right now, where I play the whole video and I commentate over it, and then I have the editor go in and cut the tangents and the dead air, but the whole video stays in there, so I'm actually cutting the content. No, the response videos was before really the streaming days, and you would only add the clips that were relevant to your deconstructing of it. You wouldn't actually show the full video. and then somebody else would make a response to your response, and those spats would go back and forth, and then usually you would pull up clips from the video that they didn't have that prove that you're right and they're wrong, or they're being disingenuous. And that was a good chunk of content within the least political sphere of YouTube back in 2014. We're talking, right? But then YouTube kind of shut it down because it was getting mean. It was hurting people. It was offensive. There. And so that's basically what he's doing, this Antonio guy, except he's being really even shittier than normal about it if he's only keeping that much of the video there. But that is the typical response video format. But we're going back to 2014 here. And has audacity to complain I cut a relevant 2-minute monologue of his? Well, rules for thee, but not for me. Like we talked about in the last video, Reacts Sloppa 2. The left only cares about power, and they don't care. They only care about using your morals and principles against you. That's all. That's all. They don't have any of their own. Their only principle is to win.
Showed that to his audience. Per capita isn't an opinion. It's just simple division. Listen, I don't want to bully someone for being mathematically challenged. Everyone has their own unique talents. I hope Antonio finds his, because political commentary is definitely not it.
Well, it is for blacks, it seems to be. I don't know what this
Not
beef
it.
is. This is my second time now, this stream, doing a react video to somebody who's got beef with another content creator that I have no clue about. But it talks about a topic that I do talk about, so I'm like, oh, okay, might be safe, right? Per capita is irrelevant. Antonio talks right before screwing up more math. Yeah, that sounds like me, actually, but I'm not black, I swear. I swear. I'm just retarded in that case. Once again, don't know who this guy is, but I do find it a little bit funny that he tries to talk about per capita like he understands it, but in the end, doesn't understand it. Though I am in the group that thinks that he's probably in the more biased side of things, where he probably does actually kind of understand it, at least pretends to, but purposely fucks it up to, lie to his audience. Yeah. Once again, but I don't know who this guy is. High IQ retard? No, it's low IQ. I am a midwit, okay? I might not be in the 80s, which is debatable. Okay, the only thing that helps me sleep at night is the fact that I can understand pattern recognition, okay? And if people understand pattern recognition, it's like 90 to 95 IQ. It's somewhere there. If I remember correctly, I think it's 95 is pattern recognition. So I'm at least above 95. It could be 96, but I'm at least above 95 if I can understand pattern recognition. So I will take that. I will take that. A quick IQ test to find a woman. A woman is whatever you feel like in the present moment. That's what a woman is. You're gonna have to watch this 109 video on Rumble? Yeah, I thought about reacting to that too, but I was like, oh, that might be a Rumble stream there. Amal, you at least understand mathematical concepts? Barely. Barely, okay? It's just all an act. A woman is whatever makes me hard. But I don't have a penis today. So what is a woman? I don't know. A woman is the useless skin around the vagina. True and real. Well, are you going to be including the the ovaries and the womb in general in that too as like useless skin? Because I feel like the fact that they'll be able to actually have kids is an important part. But if you just want sex, you can get the fleshlight, right? So it's a woman is the useless skin around the vagina and the womb. There we go. I'll expand the definition a little bit. The boob has its uses? Okay. But now I feel like we're getting, like... we're expanding a little bit too much, though. I mean, yeah, the boob has its uses. But, like, now we're like, at a certain point, you're gonna get to the head, right? And the head's the worst part of a woman, because that's when the mouth comes out and she starts speaking random shit, and she has thoughts and opinions that are really fucking retarded. Like, we have to keep it within a small area here for what how use a woman actually is. I'm running out of water. 1 second. Woman? Don't you mean birthing person? Sorry, I didn't mean to misgender like that. I'm being a little bit rude. Being a little bit rude here. We can perform lobotomies on them? No problem. Well, online, there is a trope of guys being attracted to like the cute, retarded woman, right? So if we can get to the lobotomies and actually make those cute, retarded women, but they can't be too retarded, right? They have to be at least somewhat functional. Like, I don't think you want to like hand feed her every single day and change her diapers. So you have to be careful with lobotomies. But you're on the right path. I'm not completely against that here. Trans woman or woman, no man would find her validation that much. Shit. He's got a point, chat. Maybe trans women are actually a woman. Just ignore the fact they don't have vaginas or boobs or a female brain or female voices and hands or anything like that, or biology. They're actually women, but they do whine for validation a lot. So, maybe they're just faggots there. Like, they're just gays. Homosexuals. Those really do complain a lot. But then again, are the gays also women too? They do have a pussy. See, welcome to the Amalgamation Retard Station. We ask the big brain questions here. Hand feed is fine. Diapers not. Understandable. I'm curious what the... Oh, there's a clarification in the comments. I was kind of curious what the beef is, actually. In case you're curious, Antonio talks about has not responded to my invitation to a live debate despite making 2 videos of me, one of which he posted only hours after mine went live. Sounds about right. Or, once again, classic 2014 response videos. Clarification at 3 minutes and 57 seconds. The clip is trying to argue that controlling for both poverty and gang-related crime, white and black crime are similar. On-screen stats show how small the share of murders are gang-related, making this explanation absurd. When we control for poverty by comparing majority black/white with similar income neighborhoods, black crime is still 1.5 to 3 times of that of white, though the data here is thin. Clearly, gangs are not sufficient explanation. Yeah, they're just more violent. Like, it's just violent. It's just violent. That's what they are. But I don't even like apples. I'm pretty sure I saw somebody in chat say this when this whole apple thing came up. I don't know if he did it as a joke. Or what. But it just... That's harsh. That's mean. That's beautiful at the same time. I love it. It is a good joke. It is a good joke. I love it. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? Well, I didn't have breakfast. How? Okay. I just had a memory. I just had a memory unlock with that. And I don't know if I should share with the class or not. Because I feel like sharing with the class would be very mean. But at the same time, I kind of want to share with the class. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it now. So, you guys know the classic, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast trope, right? Where the person, it's a hypothetical. Where how would, the keyword being would, you feel if you didn't have breakfast? It doesn't ask if you did have breakfast or not. It's how would you feel, because once again, it's a hypothetical. I posed this question to my ex. And he did respond with, but I didn't have breakfast. And I had to explain to him. I restated the question with emphasis on would. And you know, and kind of, you know, I didn't have to, and repeated a couple times, and then he was able to get it. It's like, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? I didn't ask. And he said, oh, then he finally got it. Then he finally got it. Yeah. So, like, I feel like it's not as bad because once I emphasize the would, and he a couple times he's able to get it, like, oh yeah, it's a hypothetical. Maybe I just spoke too fast the first couple times because I do kind of like jumble my words a little bit, speak a little bit quickly, you know, various things like that. So maybe trying to give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt there, but I sat there in disbelief being like, oh my god. He literally did the meme. He literally did the fucking meme. Okay then. Change it to lunch then if they usually skip breakfast. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit too easy though, because a lot of people these days skip breakfast. And so it's if it makes it more obvious in this case. Makes it more obvious. Amal, do you know the water tilt test? Yes, I do. It's where you try to judge the volume of water, not the volume of water. How would water look like, and if you could like through a see-through bottle, how would it look like when you tilt the bottle, that the water would look there? And most women fail it. Yeah, it's because they don't have spatial reasoning as much. And I guess, you know what? Since women like to post L's, and I threw my ex on the bus there, I'll be honest. I did fail the water tilt test and had it explained to me, and now I know what the answer actually is. I was close, though. I remember doing the water tilt test on Twitter. Actually, I wonder if I can actually find the example it was. But I was like trying to choose between the actual answer and the one closest to it. And I was really close, but I still failed it. So there we go. Woman posting L's. There. But now I understand it better. There we go. Here's the picture. I believe this is the one I saw on Twitter. And so, like, how would the water look like? The correct answer is this one because of how gravity works. It keeps it parallel with the ground. So that this is the correct answer here. But what I did I was choosing between this one and this one because I was trying to imagine the water in my brain. And I thought it would have a slight tilt to it because the bottle was slightly tilted. Like, this was too extreme, this is far too extreme, that kind of deal. Like, it's definitely not going to be like this. There. So I thought I was doing this one and this one. So I was, yeah. So I was close. I was close. But no cigar. Which still proves that women don't have spatial reasoning. Which I'm a horrible judge of what, I was gonna say water. I'm a horrible judge of measurement. Like, I mean, there's always this joke that women don't know what, like, 6 foot actually looks like. Which I do believe it's true. But I know in my own case, like, I don't know how long a foot looks like. I don't know what a mile is. I don't know what a yard is. Give me the actual measuring tape, and I can, you know, I know what number 12 is. But, like, I can't actually, like, visualize it perfectly in my mind. There. Can you make a sandwich, though? I can make a sandwich, though. That's, you know, yeah, I do know that. I do know that. Thank you, Salt the Second, for celebrating Subby Bobby for 5 months in a row. Thank you. I'm glad that you like the retarded woman that doesn't understand the water tilt test. Hopefully you can enjoy me for another 4 more months so I can water tilt you out of my womb. I should never underestimate how strong the woman debuff is. True. True. Well, Mom doesn't know how long her foot long schlong is. Also true. I'm just I'm saying 12 inches long and 3 inches wide, but it could actually just be like 10 inches long and 2 inches wide. Still a massive peener that I have equipped to me, but technically still a lot. See? 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 Big thing. Big brain. Big brain. Do women know what a 10 is? No, they don't. They don't know anything whatsoever. Oh, one of these things. Oh god. Which side of the scale will tilt? 2 kilograms of stone versus 2 kilograms of iron balance. It's gonna be even. It's like 100 pounds of feathers versus like 100 pounds of like steel, which is going to, you know, make the scale turn, or, you know, tilt in this case. And so many people say the steel because steel is, you know, in their mind heavier than feathers, but they don't actually realize that when it's 100 pounds of steel and 100 pounds of feathers, it's the same weight. It's gonna be a shit ton more feathers, but it's still 100 pounds of feathers, which is a lot of fucking feathers. So still 100 pounds. So, you know, at least I can compute that. At least I can compute that, right? Right? Meanwhile, blue-collar guys can measure with a glance their brain and body parts. Yeah, well, I'm not a blue-collar guy. I am a dumb, retarded woman that needs things explained to me. That's not that good of a tilt. It should start with a full bottle that's upright, then tell you what it will look like kind of tilted. Well, it's just a hypothetical. Like, it's not a hypothetical, not just a hypothetical. It's more spatial reasoning, and it's not gonna be 100% accurate, but it's gonna be pretty close enough to the truth. And you can still you should have enough brain power to understand the concept of it and imagine it in your brain for what it would actually be. So it's not like it's close enough for government work, right? It does the job. Even if the bottle's all sloshing around and you shake it, you're kind of adding qualifiers there that are not necessary. It's simply just the water is stilled, you know, it's sitting there, it's in the bottle. How does it tilt? You don't need to add qualifiers there. 100 pounds of steel, because steel is heavier than feathers. Yes. Obviously, I'm sorry. I'm such a dumb Floyd. It's obviously the steel. It's obviously the steel. Let me blow my nose. Sorry, 1 second. Stop confusing her, Monolith. I know Monolith is joking. At least he better be joking, because he has to be joking. I've seen him in chat too many times to realize, like, I know he's joking. Which is why I'm just playing with his joke. He's not confusing me yet. You know. Give me some time. 100 pounds of gold or 100 pounds of steel. Come on, Amal, tell me. Okay, that was deleted. It wasn't actually AI moderated. So, like, did Sleepy delete your own comment there? It's the same thing. It's 100 pounds and 100 pounds. Like, it's gold or steel, same thing. Like, no, it's not. It is. Gold uses a different system? What? But we're talking about weight, aren't we? If we're just talking about pure weight, then it doesn't matter. If we're trying to do, like... well, somebody mentioned density or something like that, then it's a little bit different, but... I know there's, like, ounces for carats and for diamonds and gold in that case. But if we're talking about simply just weight, pure weight, which is what the hypothetical is supposed to be, then it's the same. Are you trying to give me a trick question or something like that? Why are you taking comments so seriously on my own? Because I'm retarded! I thought this was obvious! Oh, you know what? Thank you, Kirisum. Thank you, Kirisum. Kirisum is coming in the saving the day, right? Right, Kirisum saving the day with another YouTube link for the memes. Which, speaking of which, thank you for the $10 dues. Thank you for the $10 dues. My dude, thank you. British pounds? Oh, it could be British pounds there. Oh. I see. I see here. Hold on. What's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? I remember this clip. I've seen this meme before. I know what you're talking about. That's what I was referencing.
I've got a question for you. What's heavier?
Holy shit, his accent.
A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers?
Of feathers. The same weight.
That's right, it's a kilogram of steel, because steel is heavier than feathers. What do you mean?
They're both a kilogram.
But steel's heavier than feathers.
I know, but they're both a kilogram.
What? It doesn't prove anything. Steel's heavier than feathers.
I know, but look, they're both a kilogram, right? So they're the same.
I wouldn't want to look at the size of it. That's cheating.
No,
okay. Okay. I know I am too political. I know I am too terminally online. I know that, and so I'm hesitating to say something. However, it's in my mind now, so I want to say it. But I know it's a meme. It's an old meme. That's what I was referencing with the steel versus feathers stuff. But it's a handsome lad confused by this, and then has the woman try to, also another man too, but the woman is trying to explain to him like he's dumb. And I've just seen this trope so much throughout the years. Like, when it was just the two men, okay, whatever, it's a skit. But now as the woman's involved, and she's also explaining to him like he's 5 about this. And it's just like, ugh. Dumb white man trope, woman smarter and knows best. And I know it's a skit. I know it's a meme. I know it's not that deep. But I am so terminally online these days. I just can't help but fucking see that. Every single time it shows up. Even if it's not even intentional. Ugh.
The same
no,
weight.
It's a kilogram.
But steel's heavier than feathers. Paul going to tell them?
They're right. They're both a kilogram.
Oh, no, you are not.
What is it you don't get?
I'm joking.
Are you alright?
I don't get it.
I don't get it.
It's alright. Don't worry about it.
I don't get it. I do love his accent, though. I do actually love his accent. I just want to appreciate that. But I'm a slut for men with accents. But that's just me. That's just me, though. Me being a woman there. I need an emote called the No Fun Police. I'm sorry! I'm just, it's just, I'm too just poisoned at this point. I look outside and I see shadows and I want to punch them. It's not a good mentality to have. I know it's a problem, but I can't help it. It's terminal. That's Amal's daily life. What? Punching at ghosts? Or being confused by things and being like, but it's the same. But it's the same. So I do that a lot too. Everyone has an accent. Well, I know everyone has an accent. Right? Like, and the only time you think someone doesn't have an accent is because you live in the same region area. So, also more recently too, with the evolution of the internet, there is becoming like the internet accent, where a lot of people are talking and speaking the same as the people making videos, and it's becoming its own sort of kind of like the regional accents are dying out because of it. There, which I think is personally a little bit sad. I do like regional accents. I like regional dialects and terms and various things, but it's just a consequence of the internet. But technically, everyone has an accent. Hence why the Southerns have an accent, the New Yorkers have an accent, California girl, even the Midwestern accent. Just depends on where you live. As known as autistic accent, I don't really think it's autistic accent. I think it's just the internet. People lose their accent when they sing in English. It's funny how that works. Might be a fake. Might be fake. Oh, what was I? Oh, I was like, wow, I forgot to do something. I was like, what did I forget to do? And I remembered what I forgot to do. Yes. So you know this video I reacted to? Like, 20 minutes ago now? Hey, remember to like the video and check it out and give it views, because I was just still react slappa anyway. I gotta remember to do that because, you know, it is his video. It is his video after all. And I'm a bad react slappa if I don't do that. So like it. Comment. I mean, it's only a 5-minute video, so watch it yourself. I don't know, give him the view. Give him the view there. Do Foids even? No, Foids don't. Foids are their own mystical abominations created by God to purposely punish men for letting them off the leash with one time. Eve has damned humanity, and this is why women need to be controlled. I'm only half joking. Literally only half joking. Because I'm just like literally the Bible was like, oh, you know, Eve, you know, ate the apple from the, you know, Satan, the snake to Satan. It's like, man, if Adam was actually there and beat her when she did, before she did that, and didn't actually trust her, listen to her, and took the apple and ate himself, like, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't have this problem, but alas, we do. And it's really sad. There. Was Adam the OG simp? Oh my god. I think he was. That also makes a lot of sense. Is that like the natural state of No, that's a bit too mean. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. There, but a lot of people get mad at guys for simping, and you know what? Hey, simping does go too far. But men are the romantic sex, right? Men are the romantic sex. And that would make a lot of sense, actually, here too. Sorry, I'm not making a really coherent sentence at the moment. My apologies. I'm trying to do two things at once. It's really hard for a woman to do so. I think Adam wanted his shit back, but had to deal. Well, you could have just not eaten the apple, and it's fine. The first sin was simping. Well, technically the first sin was Eve also eating the apple. So the first sin was actually women. You know, women, the cause of all those problems. But then the second sin was simping. So, you know, both sexes are in the dream there. So Adam was the first weak man. Oh god. Oh no. It's all coming together. Or maybe humanity is really doomed from the start, literally. Women, not even once. So the first sinner was God for making woman. Oh my god. We're really... I was gonna make another big brain joke, but seriously, I was just like, wait, hold on. You actually kind of have a point there. Like, God made women, knowing how devious and evil that they were, knowing that she would actually accept the fruit from Satan, from the snake here, because he is omniscient. So he knows the future. He knows everything. So God literally is the first sinner for making woman in the first place, for falling for Satan and then making Adam into a simp. God's the source of all humans' problems. Once again, the fedora tipping. I love tipping my fedora. You know, the Bible reloaded we mentioned earlier. I'm just saying here. No. It was not good for man to be alone, but he could have, think about it. God could have made men homosexual, but without, like, the problems with homosexuality. Because, obviously, there's lots of benefits to women, but bros before hoes is a code for a reason. Men do like male companionship, much better than the nagging female companionship, right? They only like women because God made them that way, to reproduce. God could have made men homosexual and he didn't have to deal with the problems of women. Problems avoided. But... Homosexuality, right? Being gay is the true path. I think it's bedtime, true. It is bedtime. So with that chat, you know the truth. That homosexuality is the real answer to the world's problems. Be gay. Do crime. And with that, I'm going to leave YouTube and Kick Bros with Nanis. She's a funny little pink cat lady. She's currently playing a game. She does get political from time to time, but since she's playing a game tonight and chilling, make sure to follow her rules and don't try to not make things political, especially since if it's actually against her rules, okay? Don't listen. I know I said it's okay to be gay, but don't be gay in that way. And then for Rumble Bros, I'm going to be sending you over to Phoenix, one of the co-hosts of the Side Scrollers. He's actually live tonight. He's also playing a game. Once again, don't be political unless it's okay within his community. I'm not exactly sure, but just to be on the safe side, don't do that because that's, you know, gay once again. Now listen, we're still gonna throw you off buildings, even if gay is the true way and you should go out and do crime. Don't do it. Don't do the homosexuality and the crime within these respective people's channels. Okay, listen, have some self-respect. But after that, I will see you guys on Wednesday at 7:45 p.m. EST for whatever we do then. Maybe more React Slop as just chatting, maybe a game, maybe hard news. You know, whatever the case is on Wednesday. Thank you for all the subby puppies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and I hope you have a good night. Bye. Bye. Get the dick up your ass. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?